L'Université de Carthage, créée en 1988, est l'un des piliers de l'enseignement supérieur en Tunisie. Sous la tutelle du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique, elle se distingue par la diversité et la qualité de ses formations, la richesse de sa recherche scientifique et son rayonnement national et international. Avec 33 établissements universitaires et 5 centres de recherche répartis sur le Grand Tunis, Zaouane, Nabeul et Bizerte, l'Université de Carthage accueille aujourd'hui plus de 32 000 étudiants, encadrés par plus de 2700 enseignants-chercheurs. Elle propose une large offre de formation couvrant les sciences de l'ingénieur, les technologies, les sciences humaines et sociales, les arts, le droit, l'économie, l'agriculture et bien plus. L'université abrite 10 écoles doctorales, 74 laboratoires, positionnant la recherche et l'innovation au cœur de sa mission. Son objectif ? Développer une science de qualité au service du développement durable et des enjeux sociétaux contemporains. Engagée dans une stratégie d'ouverture internationale, elle collabore activement avec plus de 100 partenaires académiques à travers le monde et participe à de nombreux programmes internationaux tels qu'Erasmus+ et Horizon Europe. Ancrée dans les valeurs de citoyenneté, de qualité et de transparence, l'Université de Carthage forme les talents de demain, soutient l'entrepreneuriat et s'investit pleinement dans le progrès de la société tunisienne. Université de Carthage, savoir, innovation, engagement. L'Université de Carthage, créée en 1988, est l'un des piliers de l'enseignement supérieur en Tunisie. Sous la tutelle du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique, elle se distingue par la diversité et la qualité de ses formations, la richesse de sa recherche scientifique et son rayonnement national et international. de l'enseignement supérieur et de la recherche scientifique, elle se distingue par la diversité et la qualité de ses formations, la richesse de sa recherche scientifique et son rayonnement national et international. Avec 33 établissements universitaires et 5 centres de recherche répartis sur le Grand Tunis, Zaouane, Nabeul et Bizerte, l'Université de Carthage accueille aujourd'hui plus de 32 000 étudiants, encadrés par plus de 2700 enseignants-chercheurs. Elle propose une large offre de formation couvrant les sciences de l'ingénieur, les technologies, les sciences humaines et sociales, les arts, le droit, l'économie, l'agriculture et bien plus. L'université abrite 10 écoles doctorales, 74 laboratoires, positionnant la recherche et l'innovation au cœur de sa mission. Son objectif ? Développer une science de qualité au service du développement durable et des enjeux sociétaux contemporains. Engagée dans une stratégie d'ouverture internationale, elle collabore activement avec plus de 100 partenaires académiques à travers le monde et participe à de nombreux programmes internationaux tels qu'Erasmus+ et Horizon Europe. Ancrée dans les valeurs de citoyenneté, de qualité et de transparence, l'Université de Carthage forme les talents de demain, soutient l'entrepreneuriat et s'investit pleinement dans le progrès de la société tunisienne. Université de Carthage, savoir, innovation, engagement.
Our motivation is to continuously explore and improve the fertility of fertile soil. Our ambition is to empower the land for rich harvests. We are Shenyang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company Limited. Green Drive. China is a giant in agriculture and home to a vast population. As a national high-tech enterprise, Shenyang Zhongke is committed to advancing agricultural modernization, cutting input costs, safeguarding ecosystems, and boosting food security. We focus on R&D of new fertilizers, delivering high-tech solutions to agriculture in China and beyond, contributing to global food security through implementing innovative technologies and developing fertilizer products. Shenyang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company Limited was founded in 2001. It has been jointly established by the Institute of Applied Ecology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, IAE, and Shenyang Technology Venture Capital Company Limited. We are a networking group of internationally acknowledged specialists in R&D and the production of stabilized fertilizers, slow controlled release fertilizers, and offer technical upgrading and engineering design for fertilizer enterprises. Our expertise comprises experience and cutting-edge know-how since 1983 and is the basis for offering our services and expert knowledge globally since 2019. Our concept and dedication made us a world leader in stabilized fertilizer technology. Shenyang Zhongke is the host institution for the International Scientific Center of Fertilizers, CIEC, and the Green Fertilizer Engineering Laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Our expert team includes 863 senior scientists with representatives in the National Fertilizer Standard Committee. Our researchers are responsible for planning, supervision, and interpretation of experiments in greenhouses and fields, and the national and international cooperation, for instance with colleagues from Germany, Belgium, New Zealand, and Canada, forging an industry, academia, research innovation consortium. Leveraging global research platforms, we undertake key national R&D projects which are revised on a 5-year basis and collaborate with domestic and foreign enterprises, leading alliances for stabilized fertilizer innovation and national slow Our motivation is to continuously explore and improve the fertility of fertile soil. Our ambition is to empower the land for rich harvests. We are Shenyang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company Limited. Green Drive. China is a giant in agriculture and home to a vast population. As a national high-tech enterprise, Shenyang Zhongke is committed to advancing agricultural modernization, cutting input costs, safeguarding ecosystems, and boosting food security. We focus on R&D of new fertilizers, delivering high-tech solutions to agriculture in China and beyond, contributing to global food security through implementing innovative technologies and developing fertilizer products. Shenyang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company Limited was founded in 2001. It has been jointly established by the Institute of Applied Ecology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, IAE, and Shenyang Technology Venture Capital Company Limited. We are a networking group of internationally acknowledged specialists in R&D and the production of stabilized fertilizers, slow controlled release fertilizers, and offer technical upgrading and engineering design for fertilizer enterprises. Our expertise comprises experience and cutting-edge know-how since 1983 and is the basis for offering our services and expert knowledge globally since 2019. Our concept and dedication made us a world leader in stabilized fertilizer technology. Shenyang Zhongke is the host institution for the International Scientific Center of Fertilizers, CIEC, and the Green Fertilizer Engineering Laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Our expert team includes 863 senior scientists with representatives in the National Fertilizer Standard Committee. Our researchers are responsible for planning, supervision, and interpretation of
remercie le groupe et à l'Université de la Tâche pour avoir choisi l'INET comme partenaire et institution hôte de cet important événement scientifique et pour avoir accepté qu'il soit organisé sous l'angle du 127e anniversaire de notre cher INET. Ce geste témoigne de la reconnaissance et de la confiance accordée à notre établissement ainsi que de la solidité qui nous unit.
We also extend our warmest thanks to the University of Carthage for choosing INAT as a partner and host institution for this important scientific event and for agreeing to hold it the banner of our 127th anniversary. This gesture reflects the trust and recognition given to our institution and the strong bonds that unite us.
Nous vous remercions également au Centre international de fertilisation pour sa précieuse collaboration scientifique et logistique dans la préparation de ce congrès. Grâce à sa synergie, nous offrons aujourd'hui un espace d'échange et de réflexion sur un sujet essentiel pour l'avenir de l'agriculture, l'usage raisonné, durable et innovant de fertilisants.
Our heartfelt thanks also goes to the International Center of Fertilizers for its valuable scientific and logistical collaboration in preparing this Congress. Through these synergies, we are able to offer today a space for dialogue, a reflection of the topic that is crucial for the future of agriculture, the responsible, sustainable, and innovative use of fertilizers.
Madame la Présidente de l'Institution de recherche et de l'enseignement supérieur agricole, votre présence aujourd'hui nous honore et témoigne de votre reconnaissance à votre établissement d'origine. Votre appui à l'INAT a été toujours apprécié, Madame.
Madam President of the Institution of Agricultural Research and Higher Education, your presence here today honors us and reflects our continued support to recognize of our home. Your commitment to INAT has always been deeply appreciated.
L'INAT, depuis plus d'un siècle, a toujours placé la science au service du développement agricole et rural. À travers la formation d'ingénieurs compétents, la recherche appliquée et la coopération internationale, l'INAT continue à jouer un rôle central dans la transition vers des systèmes agricoles plus durables et plus résilients.
For more than a century, INAT has placed science at the service of agricultural and rural development. Through the training of skilled engineers, applied research, and international cooperation, INAT continues to play a central role in the transition toward more sustainable and resilient agricultural systems.
Permettez-moi également, en ce jour d'anniversaire, d'adresser un clin d'œil ému et reconnaissant à toute la grande famille inatienne, à nos anciens directeurs qui ont, chacun à sa manière, marqué l'histoire de l'INAT, à nos enseignants et chercheurs qui portent haut les valeurs de rigueur et d'excellence scientifique, à nos personnels administratifs, techniciens et ouvriers dont le dévouement quotidien fait vivre notre maison commune, et bien sûr à nos étudiantes et étudiants qui en sont le cœur battant et la promesse d'un avenir meilleur.
On this anniversary, we would also like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the entire INAT family, to our former directors, each of whom have left their mark on this history of INAT, to our professors and researchers who uphold the values of rigor and scientific excellence, to our administrative, technical, and support staff whose daily dedication keeps our institution alive, and of course to the students who are the beating heart of INAT and the promise of a better future.
Que ce congrès soit pour nous toutes et tous un moment d'échange fructueux, de partenariat durable et d'inspiration collective au service d'une agriculture plus efficiente, plus respectueuse de l'environnement et plus tournée vers l'avenir.
May this Congress be, for all of us, a moment of fruitful exchange, lasting partnership, and collective inspiration, all in service of an agriculture that is more efficient, more respectful of the environment, and more oriented toward the future.
Je souhaite à tous les participants plein succès dans leurs travaux et à la communauté inatienne, y compris les anciens, une belle célébration et un joyeux 127e anniversaire à notre INAT.
We wish you every success in your work, a wonderful celebration, and a happy 127th anniversary to INAT.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ghazi, for your kind welcome and for hosting us today here in Eilat. Now, it's a pleasure for me to invite Professor Zohra Lili, the President of ERISA, to deliver his welcome.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. C'est un réel plaisir de me retrouver avec vous dans cet événement scientifique très intéressant parce que tout ce qui est amendement et enrichissement des sols, particulièrement pour une agriculture résiliente, est dans nos actualités de tous les jours. En effet, la Tunisie, comme tout le Maghreb, est au centre méditerranéen, où l'impact des changements climatiques est très important et où une agriculture résiliente, bien traitante, bien respectueuse de l'environnement est nécessaire. Et donc, réfléchissons ensemble, et cette occasion est une très belle occasion, programmée dans le cadre du 127e anniversaire de l'INAT. C'est une réelle opportunité pour échanger entre plusieurs parties prenantes, chercheurs, retraités avec beaucoup d'expérience et beaucoup de recul, professionnels pour une agriculture durable et résiliente. Merci à toutes et à tous. J'espère que les échanges, et je pense que les échanges seront très fructueux. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Madame Zohra Lili. And now it's time to invite our guest. I will start by Professor Sylvia, so the Secretary General of CIEC. So please.
Thank you, Dr. Zouari. Esteemed dignitaries from politics and academia, dear colleagues from different countries of this world. Founded in 1933, the International Scientific Center of Fertilizers is the oldest non-profit international science federation in the fertilizer field and exclusively dedicated to fertilizer research. The abbreviation CIEC, I don't think a lot of people will know that, reflects a French term, and that is Centre International Engrais Chimiques. The organization survived World War II and the Kosovo War, with the CIEC president at the time being from former Yugoslavia. Lanzuji is the acting 6th president of CIEC, and for the first time in its history, the president from the People's Republic of China. He and the honorary president, Ewald Schnook, both strive to strengthen fertilizer research and cooperation in the Belt and Road Initiative and the Maghreb States, as we've heard before from the previous speaker. CIEC conferences were held in 22 countries on all continents. It is here in Tunis the 51st CIEC International Fertilizer Conference and the 4th in CIEC's history in North Africa, the 5th on the African continent. All CIEC events have in common that they are in-person conferences only, which proved to be a big challenge since COVID, with online conferences meanwhile dominating the scientific exchange. The reason why CIEC sticks to in-person meetings only is simple. We believe that fruitful cooperations between scientists and industry is initiated best when the chemistry between partners work well. An impressive example is Dr. Marwa Zouari from the University of Carthage, who participated in the CIEC Symposium in 2016 in Coimbra in Portugal. Since then, she started research projects in Germany and networking with China. Last year, she was elected, and because of her dedication, we are able to enjoy the hospitality of Tunisian colleagues who organized the 51st CIEC conference here. The CIEC Presidium is grateful for the efforts and personal time the members of the local organizing committee have taken to host the 51st CIEC conference. Another reason to continue with in-person conferences is the significance of dialogue in a crisis-shaken world. From our point of view, it is the intellectual exchange, the inspiration and dedication that will create innovations and breakthroughs, and at the end of the day, feed the world. It will be on us to continue with our trademark, to spread the word, and to contribute to a sustainable agriculture that meets the requirements of next generations. Thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention et merci beaucoup d'avoir organisé cette conférence. Et enfin, et surtout, merci de faire partie de l'histoire de CIEC.
Thank you so much, Professor Sylvia. Please, now we have to give the word for the Ministry of Agriculture because of his engagement. So please, Professor Lee, accept our apology. So Professor, the Minister Azizin of Agriculture, please, it's honor to give us your welcome delivery.
صباح الخير. Good morning. Because my English is not very well, it's not perfect, I will have give my speech in French. Excuse me for this. Avant tout, je tiens à exprimer mon profond. Je suis très heureux de me retrouver ici, parmi vous, à l'occasion du 127e anniversaire de l'INAT. Je suis très heureux, flatté d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui, de participer à cette journée très importante. Chers professeurs, chers chercheurs, chers étudiants que je ne retrouve pas ici, chers anciens de l'INAT, chers partenaires et invités, c'est avec un grand plaisir et une profonde considération que je prends la parole aujourd'hui à l'ouverture de ce congrès international sur les fertilisants qui se tient simultanément avec la célébration du 127e anniversaire de l'Institut national agronomique de Tunisie, l'INAT, une institution emblématique qui a marqué depuis plus d'un siècle l'histoire de la formation, de la recherche et du développement agricole de notre pays.
Distinguished professors, researchers, students, alumni of INAT, partners and guests. It is with great pleasure and deep respect that I take the floor today at the opening of this International Congress of Fertilizers held in conjunction with the celebration of the 127th anniversary of the National Agronomic Institute of Tunisia, an emblematic institution that for more than a century has shaped the history of agricultural education, research and development in our country.
Cet anniversaire coïncide avec la tenue du 51e édition de la conférence internationale sur les fertilisants en Tunisie, co-organisée par l'INAT, l'Université de Carthage et le Centre scientifique international des fertilisants. Ce partenariat illustre parfaitement la vocation de l'INAT qui est d'être un pont entre la science, l'innovation et le monde professionnel agricole au service d'une agriculture durable et compétitive.
This anniversary coincides with the 51st edition of the International Conference of Fertilizers, co-organized by INAT, the University of Carthage, and the International Scientific Center for Fertilizers. This partnership perfectly reflects INAT's vocation to serve as a bridge between science, innovation, and in the service of a sustainable and competitive agriculture.
Mesdames et messieurs, le thème des fertilisants au cœur de cette conférence est stratégique En effet, il touche la sécurité alimentaire, la durabilité du système agricole et la préservation de nos ressources naturelles. Suite à un contexte mondial marqué par le changement climatique, la raréfaction de l'eau et l'augmentation des besoins alimentaires, nous avons le devoir d'inventer et de diffuser des solutions agricoles innovantes, raisonnées et responsables.
The theme of fertilizers, which lies at the heart of this conference, is of strategic importance. It touches upon three most critical challenges: food security, the sustainability of agricultural systems, and the preservation of natural resources. In a global context marked by climate change, water scarcity, and a rising food demand, we have a duty to develop and promote innovative, responsible, and evidence-based agricultural solutions.
Cette conférence internationale sur les fertilisants favorisera la coopération scientifique et académique, l'échange d'expériences, le partage du savoir et l'émergence de projets communs en matière de fertilisation raisonnée, d'innovation technologique et d'efficacité des intrants agricoles au service d'une agriculture productive, durable et intelligente.
This international conference provides valuable opportunity for scientific and academic cooperation, for sharing experiences and knowledge, and for encouraging joint projects in the field of sustainable fertilizers, technological innovation, and efficient use of agricultural inputs, all contributing to a more productive, sustainable, and intelligent agriculture.
Je tiens à saluer particulièrement l'engagement de nos partenaires internationaux ainsi que l'esprit d'ouverture porté par l'INAT et l'Université de Carthage. En effet, ensemble, vous démontrez que la recherche et l'innovation n'ont pas de frontières.
I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our international partners for their commitment and to salute the spirit of openness demonstrated by INAT and the University of Carthage. Together, you show that science and innovation know no borders.
Mesdames et messieurs, le ministère de l'Agriculture, des Ressources hydrauliques et de la Pêche continuera à soutenir ce type d'initiative car le progrès agricole passe par la science, l'innovation, la formation et le transfert technologique.
Ladies and gentlemen, our ministry will continue to support initiatives of this kind because agricultural progress depends on science, innovation, training, and technology transfer.
Je tiens à saluer tous les participants à cette conférence qui, par leur engagement et leur passion, contribueront certainement activement à la promotion de la recherche scientifique et ils nous inspirent pour orienter les futures politiques agricoles et environnementales.
I would also like to express my appreciation to all participants of this conference who, through their dedication and passion, actively contribute to the promotion of scientific research and help inspire the future of agricultural and environmental policy.
Je souhaite plein succès à cette 51e édition et toutes les initiatives qui en découleront. Par ailleurs, en ce 127e anniversaire de l'INA, je formule mes vœux le plus sincère de succès et de rayonnement continu à toute la communauté inatienne, enseignants, chercheurs, techniciens, cadres administratifs, ouvriers, étudiants, anciens et partenaires.
I wish every success to this 51st edition and to all the initiatives that will emerge from it. And on this 127th anniversary, I extend my warmest wishes for continued success and excellence to the entire UNAT community, its professors, researchers, technicians, administrative staff, workers, students, alumni, and partners, all of whom the proud tradition of excellence that defines UNAT.
Vive la science, vive l'innovation et vive la coopération internationale au service de l'agriculture.
Long live science, long live innovation, and long live international cooperation in the service of agriculture.
En tout cas, loin de tout speech protocolaire, donc je tiens à exprimer que je suis très heureux et flatté d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui pour célébrer surtout le 127e anniversaire de l'INAT. Moi, que je suis universitaire, moi, je n'ai pas étudié à l'INAT j'apprécie beaucoup l'INAT. Il y a toujours, moi j'ai fait une étude, j'ai fait mes études à l'INIT. Toujours il y a une compétition entre l'INIT et l'INAT, compétition loyale. En tout cas, je suis très heureux de vous retrouver parmi vous et que l'INAT soit aussi rayonnante comme elle l'a été pour toujours. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. the Minister, for your valuable message and continued support for international collaboration. Now it's time to invite Professor Mohammed Al-Ayeb from Maghreb to deliver his welcome, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. The Minister of Agriculture, Hydraulic Resources and Fisheries, Madam, the President of Research Institute of Higher Education, Higher Agricultural Education, Mr. Maghreb States, Vice President of Carthage University, Mr. Razikrida, General Director of INAT, and Mr. The Director of Fertilizer Center. It is a great pleasure and a true honor in my capacity as charged of the direction of INRF and to be with you today. INRF also is co-organizer of this event, this important conference testified by the presence of our guests of honor, particularly our Minister of Agriculture and Resource, Hydraulic and Fisheries. This conference provides an excellent opportunity to exchange knowledge and to share experience and strengthen our partnership as part of our joint effort to address the urgent challenges related to the sustainable management of our water and soil resources. At the INRF, research activities focus on fertilization of both irrigated and rain crops, as well as soil fertility in plains and also in forest ecosystem. Fertilization is also studied using saline water, wastewater, and soil amendment with residual sludge. The interaction between salt from chemical fertilizer and the quality of water and soil requires careful adjustment of application rate and also frequencies. We hope that throughout the presentation of research conducted in different European climatic ecosystem or context, this seminar will contribute to improving our understanding of the use of environmental friendly chemical fertilizer. I wish all fruitful discussion and inspiring results that will help advance research and sustainable development in our region. Thank you very much, and once again welcome, and finally I would also wishing a happy 127th birthday of INAT, and thank you very much, and I will also welcome all our colleagues and friends from all the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mohammed, for your inspiring word. And now it's time to invite Professor G. Lanzhu, the president of CIEC, to deliver his welcome. So please, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Marwa Chori. Respected Honorary President of CIEC, Mr. Evan Snook, distinguished Minister Mr. Ansedin Shak, President of University of Carthage, and Mr. Mogi Best, Director of INAT, Mr. Ghazi Gradia, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome you all at 51st International CIEC Fertilizer Conference in Tunisia. The majority of participants in this lecture hall know CIEC since long. Dr. Sylvia Hannah-Gross just now further introduced the CIEC history and its achievement. I wish the CIEC in the future is to build a new Portuguese collaborative innovation platform connecting researchers, enterprise managers, and agriculture scientists. It will be break down various research, industry, and application through knowledge sharing, promote the integration of research and application in the fertilizer field. And celebrate the transformation of technology achievements. To invite more outstanding young scientists with innovation, spirit, and passion to join the CIEC Presidium, replacing the old hands. This will enable them to become core drivers of academic and industrial innovation, injecting sustained regularity and a cutting-edge perspective into the platform. This year, our conference revolves around the theme towards the future of efficient fertilizer use in the Maghreb States, a topic that have never been more relevant in our rapidly changing world. As we face shared challenges such as fertilizer efficiency and sustainable practices and other four aspects of the topic, embrace new opportunity for collaboration, serves as a bridge to exchange ideas, share cutting-edge research, and forge partnerships that transcend borders. Over the next 2 days, we will witness inspiriting keynote speeches, discussion that have shape. I would also like to take a moment to express our sincere thanks to everybody who made this conference possible. A special thank you to the Minister, Mr. and attending our opening ceremony. To our keynote speakers and session chairs for sharing your expertise and guiding our discussion. Here, I want to express my sincere gratitude towards the organizers and the sponsors of 51st CIEC International Conference, University of Carthage in Natchez, National Research Institute of Rail Engineering, Water and Forest, the Institute of Applied Ecology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Nutrient Group, CIEC, Zhejiang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company, China. Your generous support have been instrumental in turning this vision into reality. A special thanks to Dr. Marwa Chori and her organizing team. Your countless hours and hard work, attention to detail, and passion have ensured that every aspect of this conference runs smoothly. To all the participants, this is your conference. Seize the chance to connect with peers from different cultures and backgrounds. Ask the questions that matter and share your own insights. Finally, I'm confident that the next 2 days will be filled with learning, inspiration, and collaboration. Let's make the most of the opportunity to work together, drive innovation, and contribute to the better future for our global community. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Professor G, for your valuable contribution and kind words. So it's time that our Minister, Mr. Azzeddine Bashir, will now be leaving. We sincerely thank him for his presence and valuable support. Thank you.
Juste à la fin, je dois quitter parce que j'ai des engagements. Mais je suis sûr que ce sera une journée fructueuse. Je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez. Donc je disais que j'ai des engagements, donc je dois quitter, sinon je serai avec vous. C'est sûr, avec tout ce beau monde, tous ces experts venus du monde, de différentes régions, ce sera une journée fructueuse. Je suis sûr qu'il va y avoir des recommandations utiles à tout le monde. Et j'espère une réussite pour cette journée riche. En plus, je souhaite un 127e anniversaire de l'INAT. C'est une institution très reconnue, c'est pratiquement la plus ancienne en Afrique, je pense. Donc, félicitations pour tout le travail que vous faites pour l'agriculture tunisienne. Et merci beaucoup.
So we are waiting for Professor Bisbes, the Vice President, and also the Director General of INAT to be back, and we will continue our session. Okay. I will ask. He is in hurry because the minister no. He is in hurry.
Our motivation is to continuously explore and improve the fertility of fertile soil. Our ambition is to empower the land for rich harvests. We are Shenyang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company Limited. Green Drive.
It's already on the... Yeah, we tried it already. If you just can tell him how we did Green Drive.
بريزونطاسيون تاع ايفال دورم اند فيرتيلايزر
توا
قدم ايفال. Okay. Please. Yes. So. So now I have the honor to invite Professor Eval de Schnook to deliver his welcome address and his general lecture entitled Worm and Fertilizer. Please.
So welcome. I tried to trick this morning. We have heard all the nice words from the politicians and higher ups in organization. And as an old scientist and professor, I'm used to teach the people. So my idea was at the end of the opening addresses to make a small lecture, but this didn't work because the politicians escape always when it starts to get to science. So, can somebody start? Okay. When I was a young boy, starting my school career, and that's more than 50 years ago, we were first introduced The first foreign language I learned was Latin. It was not English, it was Latin. And the first phrase what we learned was, you all know it, Carthago delenda est. And this is 150 years before Christ, and more than 2,000 years later, we have the same situation. When I was young, so I thought such things will never happen again, but we see that 2,000 years later, we have the same. It's now Gaza delenda est. And the next, so I have to, Mava, okay. But it's not only over thousands of years, it also happens during a decade of a human's life, my own life. When I was born on the left side, it was my home village, short after the war, and when I'm now nearly at the end of my own life, we have the same again, destruction and war. So when we think that when we were young people, we thought war is something what we have learned from our parents. We have seen it in our former generations, that people fighting and so on. But when you look on a timeline, that's only a short time. All the wars in the world, war is the normality. War is it's not peace, that it's the normality. War is the normality. And you all know this. That's why I give now a lecture on what our own business, fertilizers, has to do with war. Perhaps you know this sentence, that war is the father of everything. And I will show you that war is also the father of our fertilizers. Back to the timeline of wars, the big world wars, they got a special problem. It was mass destruction, masses of people were killed and masses of ammunition were shot. And then the problem occurred that you need to feed these wars that they run working. And one of the main industrial motors during the 19th century that had been imports from South America to Germany, and it was mainly two substances which were ingredients of the Industrial Revolution, and that was nitrogen, but it was nitrogen from natural substances. And the most important one was saltpeter. You all know saltpeter, just nitrate, potassium nitrate, which was coming in with big ships from South America to the German country. And you see the lines on the right picture, the traffic lines of the ships. And the Allies in the First World War tried to block this, because this fertilizers, or this potassium nitrate called saltpeter, was not used for fertilization mainly, it was used to make ammunition. And then when you start a war, you get a big problem. I have not enough nitrogen to feed my people, and I have not enough nitrogen to make ammunition to kill my enemies. So that was the big the problem, that we had this problem of dual use of saltpeter, shoot or eat. I know you all scientists and know that the nitrates are used for explosives like TNT, dynamite and so on. As I said, the Allies now got the idea to block the imports of nitrate in form of saltpeter to Germany. And now we had this problem, shoot or eat. The problem with killing your enemies when we had no saltpeter, that was solved very nastily by a German scientist, a very famous one, a Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize has nothing to do with peace. We have just learned that during the last Nobel Prize discussions. This was Professor Haber, Fritz Haber, And those who are familiar with academia know the German Research Foundation, DFG, and he was the founder of the German Research Foundation. And he got the idea, instead of shooting your enemy, you simply poison him, you gas him. And his main invention, which made him famous in Germany, later it's the nitrogen, but it was using gases to kill our enemies. This made also the problem that we could not celebrate his birthday, his 100th birthday, because he was known as the founder of the German Research Association, but also known as the inventor of the gas war, which is not very nice. So it started with his main invention was to use chlorine gas against our French enemies at that time. Today they are our friends, but you know it changed over time. Your friends from yesterday are your enemies from tomorrow, and back so. Your enemies from today are your friends from tomorrow. And he was in Ypern, 1915, when he first oversaw the gassing of the French soldiers in the trenches. But he was also, in his next invention, he found a solution with the gassing, but the gassing was not very efficient, to be honest, so they went back to the old technique of military explosives, and this was in principle why he invented this method to produce ammonia and nitrate from atmospheric nitrogen. That's what you all learned that in early chemistry or at the university education in agricultural chemistry. It was the so-called Haber-Bosch synthesis. Yes. But it's not only that the industrial nitrogen fertilizers are a child of modern warfare. It's also the phosphorus fertilizers we're using today are the child coming back to, in history, to war. During the big continental wars fought by Napoleon against the European countries, billions of people killed on the battlefield, and it had been a problem for fertilizer production to get enough phosphorus for agriculture at that time. And the idea was then simply use the old soldiers and use their horses and anything what contains bone from the battlefields and make fertilizers from it. So many people don't know that this war fields were used or investigated and for bones which were carried to England at that time, North England, and converted into fertilizers. The history of phosphorus fertilizers goes back far more. Before the big wars, they simply went to Egypt. You know, the tradition in Egypt was to mummify people and to mummify animals. And especially mummified animals, they carried over to North England and cooked fertilizers out of it. But it's not only the British, also the Germans got their nasty history with bones and fertilizers, and that was from the concentration camps. You know the Holocaust in Germany, where they gassed the Jewish people and then burned them in concentration camps, and these ashes were used later as fertilizers. Good. That's a short treatise to show you how our business fertilizers is connected to war. But to make a good outcome out of this, I like to use a saying from our German king, Frederick II, which says, "He who causes two stalks to grow where previously only one grew has done more for a nation than a general who has won a war." And that's the mission of CIEC, feeding our people not working for war. So thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Ewald, for your valuable lecture. It's so important. And now we will begin our first scientific session of the CIEC conference. So I will invite Professor Muhammad Hashisha. And also, I think that Professor Roland Ball is not here, so please, Professor Muhammad Hashisha came to moderate the first session, and I will invite Mr. Zhon Li to present his presentation, phosphogypsum solid waste or fertilizer. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Well, for this session, we have 3 presentations. Normally, we have 4. War and fertilizer, as we see with Professor Schunk. The 3 presentations, the first concern gypsum, phosphogypsum solid waste or fertilizer. It's a very important subject now in Tunisia, and we'll see how the point of view of he. The second concern the use of nitrogen in calcareous soil by Professor Mr. Sana. And the third, it's the actual subject use the micronutrient as with the fertilizer in agriculture. And we begin with the first Zhang Li. You can present yourself first, and after that you have 20 minutes, I think, for your presentation.
Thank you. It's my honor to do my presentation in this conference. So my title today for my slides is phosphogypsum as solid waste or fertilizer. So I'm from Nanjing Agriculture University. So this is the first photo I would like to share with all the audience here. So as we can see, so as we can see from this slide, we can see all the world, and we have the phosphorus reserves. And in North Africa, as we know, it is the most abundant area in whole the world, especially for the Morocco and also including Tunisia. That's what we hear. And in China, we also have a lot of phosphate reserves, around 8 to 10% of the world. And we can see that, so there's some imbalance here. Although we have many countries has the phosphate reserves, but it's very imbalanced. For example, the Morocco was considered the #1 stock in the world. And then China, Algeria, and other countries. And even in China, we can see the photo in the left side, the top left, and 4 or 5 provinces in China actually share the most of the phosphates. So that is very imbalanced. And although we have many different distribution of the phosphate reserves, but we share almost the same pathway to extract the phosphorus from the mineral, that is apatite. So we can see all the world, most the world at least, they use the sulfuric acid and apatite, and they make the reaction. After the reaction, they extract the phosphorus, and then they have the gypsum left. So that is the well accepted pathway. So then the problem comes. So all the world we use the same pathway, and we have a solid waste called the phosphogypsum left. So the problem is how to solve this problem, and then we have too many solid waste left after the extraction. So the first thing we can use make the phosphogypsum to make the construction material. So that is currently around 65% was converted to the construction materials, and then 15% possibly back to the agricultural application, and then 10% chemical production recycle, and 10% other. Okay, so the question is, can we really use the phosphogypsum, in agriculture or in other fields? So that is the three things we need to solve it. I would take China, for example. In China, currently, we only used 45.6% was actually recycled, the PG. And around 45 million tons of the PG are still stockpiled every year. So the number one thing we need to consider is the Chinese annual phosphogypsum production account for almost 60% of the global total, and we only recycled, only let's say half of it. And the second, we know the phosphogypsum is acidic because we use the sulfuric acid to dissolve the apatite mineral. So it possibly can adjust the pH level of the alkaline soil. So it has some potential. But the third point is very bad because many phosphate ores, they have the radioactive element, which the Professor Ewart is actually the expert in this field. So it's possibly very dangerous. But luckily in China, most of the phosphogypsum in China, the radioactive things are very limited. So they do have some potential to be recycled. So the current status of the phosphorus cycle is phosphate mining first, and then phosphorus consumption, and then phosphorus waste produced, and they want to recycle it. So there are some numbers here. I would like to go to many details here, but just let you know, people tried to reuse the phosphogypsum, but still at the low, concentration. And also we can see we have the residual phosphate here has many ecological problems. First, they have the eutrophication was induced, and some phosphogypsum also has some heavy metals because we use the acid to dissolve it, and many heavy metals just leach out. So that is also the problem. And also we have other ecology degradation because we pile too many solid waste along for example, the rivers or lakes. Okay, so then we back to how we do in China. So since 2021 in China, we started to realize we need to solve the PG as soon as possible. So we have many national standards just released out. And the utilization rate of the phosphogypsum in China is still kind of low, but we tried a lot of things to push it forward. And we occupy a large amount of land resources and pose significant ecological and environmental safety risks. In China, the problem is most of the phosphogypsum just along the Yangtze River, the longest river in China. So they have very serious ecological risks caused by PG. So then in our lab, our thinking is, can we convert, before in previous slides we mentioned that we possibly can reuse it. And in our lab, the question is, can we use it, the phosphogypsum as a kind of fertilizer? So let's make it very directly. That is three things we need to discuss. First, it do have some disadvantages. It's a byproduct of phosphorus fertilizer. In many countries, some countries at least, they don't allow it to use the solid waste as a fertilizer. And the second is over 830 million tons actually accumulated in China, I mean the PG, and it has caused significant risks in ecosystem. But it do have some advantages. The first is it contains acid-activated trace element. For example, some phosphorus, some calcium, sulfate, iron, and other micronutrients. And the solid waste materials, as we know, do have a very low cost. I mean, the price is very low. And so in China, from the industrial scale, we try to make it into a fertilizer, and also other products, and it has some success so far. Okay, the first plant we want to try is the strawberry. So yesterday we also visit this area, and we do have also strawberry in Tunisia. So why we to select the strawberry here? Because strawberry needs phosphorus as other plants. However, the phosphorus fertilizer usually has very low phosphorus utilization efficiency. So we consider usually only 10 to 25% of the phosphorus was actually used. Most of them just fixed in the soil and didn't be used. And also, the strawberry need a lot of calcium. That is also one thing we need to highlight it. And the farmers usually need to pay a lot to the expensive calcium fertilizer. So they do need, and as I mentioned, the phosphogypsum has 80% of the phosphogypsum is gypsum. So that is calcium sulfates, right? And also, as we mentioned before, they have the many other micronutrients in the phosphogypsum, and all these things are acid activated. So we think we can use it. So then we want to develop this process. So the first thing we want to include the microorganisms. We screen many functional microorganisms and to mix them with the phosphogypsum. And then we push forward to secrete more other fungi or bacteria to mix them together. And then we want to make this mixture as a fertilizer. And the final step is for the application. So we divided it into three core technologies. The first, we screen and preserve the strains. For example, the first one is the WTXS02, which is Aspergillus niger. And this guy can dissolve a lot of phosphate. Although we have some phosphate left in the phosphogypsum, but we still need some soft organic acid to release it kind of quickly in the soil system. And the second core technology is we also included a new fungi, functional fungi, and this guy can produce a very low concentration of the hydrogen gas. And this guy, as we can see in the low left, so they have this is the hydrogen gas can promote the cellular oxidation reduction, and as we know, we also have a fertilizer called the gas fertilizer. And the third technology is we actually how to mix these different microorganisms together and let them everyone functional in these complicated systems. And what is the optimal ratio of these different microorganisms? How make them high efficiency productions be achieved, and to reduce the calcium, magnesium, sulfur, slowly, but actually slowly in the soil, but actually relatively quick for plants, but relatively slow in soil systems. So that is the third core technology. So in the past 5 years, so we established the several standards, including related to the fertilizer made by PG, and also our products was incorporated into the NCMEPTE, which is the national technology source in China, and also it was selected into the first 100, I think, one band one road things in China. So we also have many collaboration. For example, the production. As mentioned, we are in agriculture universities, so we cannot produce ourselves. So we have the collaboration with the company, and also we qualified our products in also many different institutions, and also collaborated with different fertilizer company to sell it. So let's see some results of our application. So from 2024 to 2023 to 2024, we demonstrated that the phosphogypsum actually was efficiently provides these different nutrients to the strawberries. And we also measured the yield increased 15% compared to traditional fertilizer. And and we also use other fertilizer mixed together, not only the PG. And in this year, we collaborate with the leading strawberry enterprise in China, which actually supply the strawberry to Walmart and Costco in whole China. And we also measured some key factors in the strawberry quality and safety to follow the food standard in China. So that is, we list the several key factors here. And the second application in China, we used this product, the PG, to apply it into Jiangsu National Salt Alkaline Land Restoration Demonstration Zoo, which is in Middle China. So because this acidic and have some nutrients, so we also have some successful result in this application. And in the future, and actually we have started from now, we want to make it two pathways. First, we want to make the phosphogypsum as a fertilizer in the food crops in China, that is the wheat and the rice, especially around our university region. And the second thing, we want to also establish this result, the application to strawberry, sugarcane, and garlic. For example, the garlic also need many sulfate, and the gypsum possibly can be very functional to support these plants. So in the past several years, we have some funding support from many leading fertilizer companies in China, the Xingfa Group, Energy China, and the Chuanheng Group. And we also want to thank our group in Nanjing Agriculture University. And also I'm working at the Soil Use and Management Journal, which affiliated to Soil Society of Britain. I encourage you guys to submit the manuscript regarding the PG, recycle, and other phosphate things. So I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Please stay here. Thank you. Excellent. You are 20 minutes exactly. According to the organizer, we have 5 minutes for the question, and after that there are a photo of the group, because some person want to leave, as I know, and we return back to continue the two presentation. We have 5 minutes for a question for Professor Andy. The phosphogypsum is an important problem now in Tunisia, and according, I think it. Interesting to have some collaboration with China. You have the same problem according to the quality, heavy metals, radioactivity, and some benefit. We have 5 minutes for the question for.
Wait. I think we have this is.
Thank you very much for the nice Chen. We had this discussion with phosphogypsum and we had this discussion with phosphogypsum for quite another reason in Germany. You know that we're using a lot of how do you call it, dry walling, making light compounds for building houses or inside from gypsum. We have big natural reserves for gypsum, which were used for that. But now, environmental protectors don't want to use this natural gypsum anymore, and so they got the idea to go on phosphogypsum. But the problem with the phosphogypsum is, you know that the total radioactivity during the phosphate processing splits off during the processing. The uranium goes with the fertilizer, and the much more problematic radium, which is a highly radioactive compound, it stays with the phosphogypsum. So the people get very nervous about, in that case now for building materials, that they get radioactive building materials. And I have not really seen a process where people were able to remove the radium from the phosphogypsum. And I think that's getting the main problem. I don't think it's a big problem for plant quality. So what have you any idea how much radium or not radioactivity in terms of microsievert, but in terms of concentration of radium you have left in your products?
Thank you for the comment. Yes, as you mentioned, many phosphogypsum actually has the uranium and also radioactive element inside. And also when we do this experiment and research, the safety actually is the number one thing. So we actually measured sent it out for test to, the radioactive elements in PG. Actually, before all these processes I mentioned, we actually select not all the PG. Even in China, we have commonly we have the low radioactive element, but even in China, some phosphogypsum still have kind of high radioactive. So we just select some qualified PG for the future.
So understand you correctly, you make a pre-selection
Please,
of the material.
Short question, short answer, please, to have more question. Are there any other person? Okay, short and short.
Yes, very short. Do you have any limit values for heavy metals in phosphogypsum and, like Ewald said, radium?
The heavy metals for example, the cadmium is the phosphogypsum we used is 0.1 ppm, and the lead is 15 to 25 ppm. And also we test other because in China the national standard we needed to measure 8 major heavy metal elements. So at least for the phosphogypsum we applied is ultra follow the standard of the national standard. But yes, we do have many phosphogypsum in China has kind of very high heavy metal concentration. For example, the lead, and I think the mercury and lead is. In China, it's too big issue. Many phosphorus has high values.
Are there any other questions? Okay. Present yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Ludwig from Broman in Austria. The phosphogypsum used in agriculture should also have an erosion mitigation function. Did you observe that, and did you investigate that? Erosion mitigation.
Frankly, we haven't to work in that far away. The current our process is only focused. Can we use as a fertilizer or part of fertilizer? But we haven't to test many uranium seeds and other. We would like to do it in the future, I think. Yeah, thank you for the
one more question, if there is. No, I have a question for you. You propose to use phosphogypsum for the long-term use, for phosphate, or we have a problem of the contamination of the groundwater by cadmium. And also, when you propose to use phosphogypsum, the problem of heavy metals and also the problem of the radioactivity at the long term, maybe we can have a problem by the contamination of the soil.
The contamination to the groundwater, just also the same issue proposed by the Silva. Yes, in many phosphogypsum pilot area, because it's too abundant phosphogypsum, especially along the Chinese Yangtze River, yeah, they do have some problem with the groundwater. That is because many, as I mentioned, many phosphogypsum still have the problem with heavy metals, also radioactive elements. But what we want to use in these slides, we only select the qualified phosphogypsum for the potential use as a fertilizer, not all of them. So at least for our, what we used, PG, they do have low heavy metals. So they followed the fertilizer standard in China, so didn't cause the groundwater, the water issue in the underground. So at least I think currently we didn't find any problem with the PG we applied.
Thank you very much. I think you have your mail address on the probably the person interested by your paper on your research activity can contact you and to have more information about your activity. Yeah. We stop. We will go to have a photo and.
No, Professor. Yeah, we will continue. The
Delta.
Yes, we change. So we will continue with two others presentation. Yes. So Professor Mustafa Sana. Yes, and after that Professor Dimitris.
وليت خديت بلاصتي موديراتور انت فكرت لي خدمتي. As your colleague, we
have 20 minutes and 5 minutes for the discussion. Okay.
Good morning. I have the pleasure to share with you some experiences with nitrogen efficiency use in our soil in Tunisia. Then I will present my experiences with which is entitled field study of the fate of labeled fertilizer nitrogen applied to wheat and calcareous soil. This research was followed by me, Professor Zwart van Klimput, Professor Bart, and Professor Ali Mehiri, who is there. Then next. In the introduction, the rational use of fertilizer nitrogen is an important factor to increase wheat production and limiting environment pollution. Numerous studies have been conducted on methods to improve the fertilizer and efficiency and to minimize loss and pollution. These studies are generally of local interest since nitrogen uptake and efficiency are influenced by a wide range of factors. It's wrong to extrapolate results to area with different soil and climatic conditions, and local studies are therefore necessary. Next one. Then I want to follow you the cycle of nitrogen in the soil. Then nitrogen available for plant derived from different compartments in the soil. Then a big part of nitrogen available for plant derived from organic matter, fixation, symbiotic and non-symbiotic. Some other comes from fertilizer. Then we show that the pool of nitrate in the soil is derived from different compartments. Then the objective of this study was to determine the efficiency of two different nitrogen fertilizers split applied to wheat and ground on two calcareous soil around Tunis. In that area, wheat is an important crop and no information is available on the fertilizer nitrogen uptake efficiency. The experience was carried out under field conditions respecting the local agriculture practice. Then this study was conducted using wheat as plant and follows on two Tunisian calcareous soil, Mornay in the north and with bioclimat subhumide, and Mornay in with climat semi-aride inférieur. Then the first plot measuring 2.5 meter by 2.5 meter. The wheat used was sown in December 15 and received 100 kilo nitrogen by hectare as ammonium nitrate, which is the nitrate in form ammonium. Nitrate is labeled with 5.23 atom percent excess and provided in 3 times as powder form, 50% at tillering stage, 25% at elongation stage, and 25% at ear formation stage. The plot 2 measuring 3.5 meter by 4 meter at the same field of wheat and received 100 kilo of nitrogen by hectare as ammonium nitrate, ammonium some mistake, ammonium sulfate labeled with 4.73 atom percent excess and provided at the same time in the plot. The same plot is reported in the region of matter with the same layout and was conducted in a field of wheat sown in November 15. The size of the plot was determined in accordance to availability of labeled nitrogen fertilizer. Then you have in this table some chemical property of the studied soil, and we can see that the two soil was loamy and calcareous soil. The level of calcareous is very high, with a high level of pH, and this property they will have some consequence to to fertilizer. At harvesting time, in June 15, plant sample was taken from area of 2 meter by 2 meter and 3 meter by 3 meter in the center of plot, respectively. Plot 1 is subdivided in 4 subplots, while plot 2 was subdivided in 6 subplots. Plant sample, including the root, soil sample, up to 80 centimeter depth, were collected from each subplot in order to find out whether the result obtained from nitrogen 15 plot. The means of N nitrogen uptake of these sample were compared with mean of nitrogen 15 sample using the t-test, and their variance were compared using the two-tailed f-test. The plant sample were dried, separated on grain and straw and roots. Both plant and soil sample were analyzed for total nitrogen. In the sample containing nitrogen 15, the enrichment was determined by emission spectrometry. Recovery of the added fertilizer, nitrogen in plant and soil was calculated as described. Next one, please. The result and decision is presented in the next figure. Then in this figure, we can see the dry matter for two kinds of nitrogen fertilizer applied. The dry matter yield and nitrogen uptake by the wheat at both location, Morneg and Matter, were relatively higher than those usually obtained. This could be attributed to the rather high rainfall during the growing season and higher total soil fertility of Morneg and Matter. No significant difference was observed for both two sources of nitrogen. However, the total yield was much higher in Morneg than in Matter. It seems that the rainfall distribution was slightly more favorable at Morneg than at Matter. Next. In crop fertilized with nitrogen, the nitrogen recovered is derived from both the soil and the fertilizer. With the use of nitrogen 15 labeled fertilizer, the amount of nitrogen derived from fertilizer, NDFF, and the amount of nitrogen derived from the soil, NDFS, could be calculated. The nitrogen derived from the fertilizer range between 11 to 20% of the total nitrogen applied or uptake. Hence, more of the nitrogen was derived from the soil. The main reason of this low percentage of nitrogen derived from the fertilizer could be attributed to the high mineral nitrogen content of the soil at sowing time. Indeed, the amount of nitrogen, mineral nitrogen in the 80 centimeter of the profile was, next please. Next diapo, please. Next one. Yeah. Previous.
Here we have the soil mineral nitrogen in sowing time. I have seen that the amount of mineral nitrogen in the soil at in the 80 centimeter of the profile was 260 kilogram of nitrogen by hectare for Mornay and 180 kilogram of nitrogen for matter. More than 50% of this nitrogen is concentrated in the top of 40 centimeters. Next one, please. Then, because the plant recovery of fertilizer nitrogen in morning and matter station, the fertilizer nitrogen was rather concentrated in the grain. The total plant recovery from nitrate ammonium was 29% in morning and 38% in matter, while it was about 18 and 23% using sulfate ammonium sulfate. This fertilizer recovery value was very low as compared to the value normally reported in the literature for other soil. Please, next one. Next one, please. Taking into account the amount of labeled nitrogen in the plant and in the soil, a balance of applied fertilizer nitrogen can be established. Between 28 to 50% of the applied nitrogen could not be traced back and must be considered as being transformed into a gaseous volatilization of surface applied or leached. The fertilizer recovery value was very low as compared to the value normally reported in the literature for other soil. Under the experiment condition, nitrate was a better source of nitrogen to wheat than ammonium. The plant takes up between 29 and 38% of the added nitrogen amount, while only between 19 to 40 to 23% of the ammonium could be fixed by the clay mineral. And in conclusion, we can conclude that the higher residual nitrogen amount at sowing time and the high losses of fertilizer nitrogen are core responsibility for limited nitrogen uptake for fertilizer. It was importantly lower for sulfate ammonium than for nitrate ammonium. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Stay here. Excellent. We have also another presentation on time. We have 5 minutes for question. Please, short question and short answer. Who want to? Are there any question? No. I will go to. When I see the title calcareous soil, I imagine that will be the availability of the element in calcareous soil when under alkaline condition. Yes. As you conclude, there are no interpretation according to this condition of the soil, the calcareous soil, because the soil of Morneg and the soil of Matter, the same are calcareous. The difference between them is
They
just.
have the same characteristic, calcareous.
My question: are there the availability of the nitrogen is different in calcareous soil than another soil, not calcareous soil? Est-ce que la disponibilité de nitrogène, comme pour le phosphate,
it will be different because reaction.
Est-ce que cette disponibilité ou cette availabilité est différente en fonction du pH et de la condition alcalique?
It will be different because pH have a big influence of nature of fertilizer. More we have ammonium in the fertilizer, and more we will have a risk of volatilization. For example, using urea in calcareous soil induce a lot of volatilization, and we can found up to 50% of the fertilizer who will be lost as volatilization ammonium.
Are there any questions? No. Okay, thank you very much. We continue with
thank you.
The third presentation. It's about our colleague from Greece, and the presentation it's concern the micronutrient element that use as fertilizer. Professor Dimitris, you have 20 minutes and a question.
In 15 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much.
At first, my congratulations to Marwa Soari and the Presidium of CIEC on the organization of this conference. I will discuss on the development of macronutrients containing specialty fertilizers towards producing biofortified wheat grains in the frame of nutrition-sensitive agriculture. And to begin with, what is nutrition-sensitive agriculture? According to the International Fertilizer Industry Association, it is an approach of agricultural development that emphasizes nutritionally rich foods, dietary diversity, and food fortification to address malnutrition and micronutrient deficiency. What is the problem? Wheat possesses inherently low concentrations and bioavailability of these four essential micronutrients, that is zinc, iron, manganese, and copper, that limits its capacity to sufficiently address human nutritional requirements. So, according to the literature, and there is plenty of such literature, zinc and iron are the main problem, while copper and manganese are not such a problem, but our diet needs also all four of them. The other problem is that these micronutrient deficiencies tend to occur in areas where soils are low or very low in concentration of these plant-available micronutrients. Now I move to biofortification. What is biofortification, and especially agronomic one? Biofortification is a strategy that tends to support the crop with the missing nutrients. Among this targeted intervention strategy, we have genetic biofortification and agronomic one, which in plain language means that when the grain is under development, we apply what is missing with the proper fertilizers at the proper time. According to Chapman and Kootman, it seems that foliar zinc application to wheat is under two options, as zinc sulfate or EDTA zinc. And they say that at least zinc sulfate is at least as effective as the EDTA1. So my question was, why zinc sulfate and not nitrate sulfate? Zinc sulfate and not nitrate zinc. So after that, I have decided to see it in detail. So I will discuss on Zulfa-assisted agronomic biofortification. First level is to apply all 4 micronutrients as sulfates. The second is to couple them with cysteine or methionine, and in this case we would like to deepen and provide data on the interactions of these interventions on this metalome. Now you see our first results. Please be aware that when a farmer applies zinc sulfate, they don't use pure water. They use at least drinkable water or non-drinkable water, so control was drinkable water, not pure water. All four of them increased zinc as concentration, but decreased copper significantly. Iron and manganese were somewhere in between. Iron increased or not increased, manganese decreased or increased, it depended on the case. My PhD student Despina Dimitriadi said, okay, I can incorporate arginine to support zinc sulfate. So she prepared a preparation, and be aware that if you apply a commercial product, this product has to be stable for several months. For example, if we have added thiosulfate, this thiosulfate is not stable, so we need to add stable additives, whatever these additives are. So in this case, we have coupled the zinc sulfate with arginine and ethanolamine borate and molybdate. You will ask, why arginine? Because if there is arginase at the site of action, arginine is split to urea and ornithine, and then due to urease action, this urea split to ammonium and carbon dioxide. So as you understand, we apply zinc along with sulfa and also ammonium. As regards ornithine and ethanolamines, they are both metabolisms that are strengthening factors of the leaf and the spike as well. As regards now, so here we are the results. We see that this preparation called by Despina phytoamino BO has increased very significantly zinc, but also we see that copper is still decreased. Now we move to the second level. Why to add cysteine or methionine, you will ask? I have at least one reason. Because inorganic biochemistry says that cysteine or methionine are both very effective, at least effective, chelators of these micronutrients, but also I have a second reason, nicotianamine. Nicotianamine is also a good, strong chelator, and also it is produced by S-adenosyl methionine, that is methionine supported. So nicotianamine is a really good chelator for iron and also seems to chelate copper. Now you see our results. Cysteine alone increases zinc by 56%, but also it fails to increase copper. In between, we see that there were significant effects on this metalome, so we have the first result. Metalome is affected negatively or positively, and this is a very strong message that someone has to keep in mind. As regards methionine, the results were completely different. So it seems that these two sulfa-containing amino acids support this metalome, but in a different action. Now, the problem is that when a farmer is going to use zinc sulfate along with phytoprotectants, they always use surfactants. In my country and the area of experimentation, there are two types of surfactants under common use. So we have added some of them. Actually, there is alcohol ethoxylate surfactants and silicone ethoxylate surfactants. These surfactants may improve spray retention and leaf wetting, while may also increase cuticular permeability, and generally surfactant effects are species and compound specific. So if I use a surfactant, I do not actually know what the effect might be. So we tried two of them, and the first year of the experimentation, because this is a field trial for 2 years in a soil where all micronutrients were marginally, I chosen to start with the silicone organosilicone surfactants for one reason. When you apply these surfactants after 3 or 4 days, there is no surfactant and the silicone is added to the spike too. In this project, I have used SW7, but the old known one is the silhouette. So you see the results. Again, all interventions increased zinc. It decreased copper, and somewhere in between it was iron and manganese. Especially in the case of manganese, I see, I don't remember it, manganese sulfate increased manganese. After that, the second year, because of this result, we moved to alcohol ethoxylate ones, and the reason is that they act in a different way. We used Saldo, and Saldo contains actually isodecyl alcohol ethoxylate. The results were different, but the motive was the same, very interesting. And because of this, Despina decided to go a step further, and for this reason we have prepared a new surfactant. She has found that BASF provides a surfactant called lutensol, which has two actions. One is an emulsifier, and also it is a surfactant, 2 in 1. So we have applied also soybean oil, because both cysteine and methionine provide also a lipophilicity character, and in this way we can strengthen this character. So using this surfactant, now we use an emulsion, not an aqueous solution. The results were very different, comparable to Saldo, and we see in the case of the combination Fabo with this and Filon, with that zinc has increased 64%. Again, copper was down, which means with all these interventions we failed to increase copper. That is very interesting. But on the other hand, there were many of them that increased first zinc, second iron, and third manganese. 3 out of 4, which to my experience is rather good. So after that, we studied also the effect of these interventions on the morphological traits of these spikes, and we have published on this, and the long story short is that after the intervention, the spike seems to feel under attack, and it boosts an acclimation process. The result of this process is that the spike is shorter, is denser, and the grains that were at the time of the intervention, that is at the start of DAG development, retain the same weight with that of the control, or they are even heavier. Very interesting. And for this reason, because all what I have presented so far is concentrations, we have also calculated the accumulations or contents. So we have calculated the micromole per grain, and we see the sum of this metalome. It is very impressive that this metalome has been increased significantly or very significantly in the most of the cases. And also we have calculated the contribution of each of these micronutrients to this metalome, which means that apart from copper, we have several other strong increases. Now we can move to a third level, because when we apply these interventions treatments, it is climate stress, climate change, and there are also other stresses such as biotic or abiotic. So I would like to incorporate in these specialty fertilizers some other additives that would act as anti-stress factors. In this, my motive was actually the fact that Sylvia and Ewald have published on the concept of sulfa-induced resistance, and I would like to work on this also following this concept. So there are some sulfa-containing compounds that can act as such phytoboosters, anti-stress factors according to the literature, and there is a lot. There are 4 of them. I start with glutathione, the first one, also lipoic acid, but also vitamins, that is thiamine and biotin. And given the opportunity, I will say that the recent years, most specialty fertilizers have also as additives vitamins. So I have 2 vitamins with sulfa containing, acting as cofactors, and it is interesting to see the results. Also, there are non-metabolites, but 2 very interesting compounds, thiourea and also dimethyl sulfoxide, that are used in the literature with good results. Especially dimethyl sulfoxide is a great solvent, but also it easily breaks the hydrophobic non-covalent bonds in the membranes and increases cell permeability given the dose. So as you understand, there is also a third level we must try when applying such fertilizers. To complete this presentation, there is also one more question. Okay, I apply these interventions, then what? What is the effect of this intervention on the microbial populations of the leaf surface or the spike itself? So I have started a project to see also what is the result on these microbes, and with this I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. Stay here, baby. Are there some questions for Dimitri? No. We have a coffee break now, but before we can have an abstract about the presentation, we began with Professor Schnook, and he presented the advantage of the war. We can have nitrogen, phosphorus, and discover this element according to water law and some other activity. The second concern is a general overview of the fertilizer in the world and discover of them. The second was about the phosphogypsum by our Chinese colleague and the advantage to use phosphogypsum in agriculture to increase the production of the crop, and there are also some risk to take in consideration or using phosphogypsum. The third by Professor Sana use nitrogen calcareous soil, and according to this experiment, the nitrogen can be used efficiently to increase the wheat production. And we finish with our colleague from Greece, Dimitris, and nitrogen microelement. As you said, we can use it at the application, foliar application, but also by as biostimulant. And I know in Tunisia there are some colleagues use the biostimulant to reduce the problem of the salinity in the crop to increase. And we have a coffee break. I can ask you to go to take the coffee now. And thank you very much.
Please attention. So also we'll take a photo group. Okay, together. Thank you. Yeah, before the coffee break. So.
L'Université de Carthage, créée en 1988, est l'un des piliers de l'enseignement supérieur en Tunisie. Sous la tutelle du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique, elle se distingue par la diversité et la qualité de ses formations, la richesse de sa recherche scientifique et son rayonnement national et international. Avec 35 établissements répartis sur le Grand Tunis, Nabeul et Bizerte, l'Université de Carthage accueille aujourd'hui plus de 30 000 étudiants, encadrés par plus de 3 000 enseignants-chercheurs. Elle propose une large offre de formation couvrant les sciences de l'ingénieur, les technologies, les sciences et de la recherche scientifique, elle se distingue par la diversité et la qualité de ses formations, la richesse de sa recherche scientifique et son rayonnement national et international. Avec 35 établissements répartis sur le Grand Tunis, Nabeul et Bizerte, L'université de Carthage, créée en 1988, est l'un des piliers de l'enseignement supérieur en Tunisie. Sous la tutelle du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique, elle se distingue par la diversité et la qualité de ses formations, la richesse de sa recherche scientifique et son rayonnement national et international. Avec 35 établissements répartis sur le Grand Tunis, Nabeul et Bizerte, l'Université de Carthage accueille aujourd'hui plus de 30 000 étudiants, encadrés par plus de 3 000 enseignants-chercheurs. Elle propose une large offre de formation couvrant les sciences de l'ingénieur, les technologies, les sciences humaines et sociales, les arts, le droit, l'économie, l'agriculture et bien plus. L'université abrite 8 écoles doctorales, 56 laboratoires et 18 unités de recherche, positionnant la recherche et l'innovation au cœur de sa mission. Son objectif, développer une science de qualité au service du développement durable et des enjeux sociétaux contemporains. Engagée dans une stratégie d'ouverture internationale, elle collabore activement avec plus de 100 partenaires académiques à travers le monde et participe à de nombreux programmes internationaux tels qu'Erasmus+ et Horizon Europe. Ancrée dans les valeurs de citoyenneté, de qualité et de transparence, l'Université de Carthage forme les talents de demain, soutient l'entrepreneuriat et s'investit pleinement dans le progrès de la société tunisienne. Université de Carthage, savoir, innovation, engagement. L'Université de Carthage, créée en 1988, est l'un des piliers de l'enseignement.
Our motivation is to continuously explore and improve the fertility of fertile soil. Our ambition is to empower the land for rich harvests. We are Shenyang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company Limited. Green Drive. China is a giant in agriculture and home to a vast population. As a national high-tech enterprise, Shenyang Zhongke is committed to advancing agricultural modernization, cutting input costs, safeguarding ecosystems, and boosting food security. We focus on R&D of new fertilizers, delivering high-tech solutions to agriculture in China and beyond, contributing to global food security through implementing innovative technologies and developing fertilizer products. Shenyang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company Limited was founded in 2001. It has been jointly established by the Institute of Applied Ecology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, IAE, and Shenyang Technology Venture Capital Company Limited. We are a networking group of internationally acknowledged specialists in R&D and the production of stabilized fertilizers, slow controlled release fertilizers, and offer technical upgrading and engineering design for fertilizer enterprises. Our expertise comprises experience and cutting-edge know-how since 1983 and is the basis for offering our services and expert knowledge globally since 2019. Our concept and dedication made us a world leader in stabilized fertilizer technology. Shenyang Zhongke is the host institution for the International Scientific Center of Fertilizers, CIEC, and the Green Fertilizer Engineering Laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Our expert team includes 863 senior scientists with representatives in the National Fertilizer Standard Committee, Our researchers are responsible for planning, supervision, and interpretation of experiments in greenhouses and fields, and the national and international cooperation, for instance with colleagues from Germany, Belgium, New Zealand, and Canada, forging an industry, academia, research innovation consortium. Leveraging global research platforms, we undertake key national R&D projects, which are revised on a 5 years basis, and collaborate with domestic and foreign enterprises, leading alliances for stabilized fertilizer innovation and national slow, controlled release fertilizer demonstration networks. Jonke has formulated industrial and national standards for stabilized fertilizers. Within the last 5 years, 3 new single-molecule, dual-control inhibitors have been developed from plants, thus breaking the need for multi-material combinations in application, simultaneously boosting the inhibition rate by 27 to 30% and enriching the global inhibitor library.
L'Université de Carthage, créée en 1988, est l'un des piliers de l'enseignement supérieur en Tunisie. Sous la tutelle du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique, elle se distingue par la diversité et la qualité de ses formations, la richesse de sa recherche scientifique et son rayonnement national et international. Avec 35 établissements répartis sur le Grand Tunis, Nabeul et Bizerte, l'Université de Carthage accueille aujourd'hui plus de 30 000 étudiants, encadrés par plus de 3 000 enseignants-chercheurs. Elle propose une large offre de formation couvrant les sciences de l'ingénieur, les technologies, les sciences humaines et sociales, les arts, le droit, l'économie, l'agriculture et bien plus. L'université abrite 8 écoles doctorales, 56 laboratoires et 18 unités de recherche, positionnant la recherche et l'innovation au cœur de sa mission. Son objectif, développer une science de qualité au service du développement durable et des enjeux sociétaux contemporains. Engagée dans une stratégie d'ouverture internationale, elle collabore activement avec plus de 100 partenaires académiques à travers le monde et participe à de nombreux programmes internationaux tels qu'Erasmus+ et Horizon Europe. Ancrée dans les valeurs de citoyenneté, de qualité et de transparence, l'Université de Carthage forme les talents de demain, soutient l'entrepreneuriat et s'investit pleinement dans le progrès de la société tunisienne. Université de Carthage, savoir, innovation, engagement.
L'Université de Carthage, créée en 1988, est l'un des piliers de l'enseignement supérieur en Tunisie. Sous la tutelle du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique, elle se distingue par la diversité et la qualité de ses formations, la richesse de sa recherche scientifique et son rayonnement national et international. Avec 33 établissements universitaires et 5 centres de recherche répartis sur le Grand Tunis, Zaouane, Nabeul et Bizerte, l'Université de Carthage accueille aujourd'hui plus de 32 000 étudiants, encadrés par plus de 2700 enseignants-chercheurs. Elle propose une large offre de formation couvrant les sciences de l'ingénieur, les technologies, les sciences humaines et sociales, les arts, le droit, l'économie, l'agriculture et bien plus. L'université abrite 10 écoles doctorales, 74 laboratoires, positionnant la recherche et l'innovation au cœur de sa mission. Son objectif ? Développer une science de qualité au service du développement durable et des enjeux sociétaux contemporains. Engagée dans une stratégie d'ouverture internationale, elle collabore activement avec plus de 100 partenaires académiques à travers le monde et participe à de nombreux programmes internationaux tels qu'Erasmus+ et Horizon Europe. Ancrée dans les valeurs de citoyenneté, de qualité et de transparence, l'Université de Carthage forme les talents de demain, soutient l'entrepreneuriat et s'investit pleinement dans le progrès de la société tunisienne. Université de Carthage, savoir, innovation, engagement. L'Université de Carthage, créée en 1988, est l'un des piliers de l'enseignement supérieur en Tunisie. Sous la tutelle du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique, elle se distingue par la diversité et la qualité de ses formations, la richesse de sa recherche scientifique et son rayonnement national et international. Avec 33 établissements universitaires et 5 centres de recherche répartis sur le Grand Tunis, Zaouane, Nabeul et Bizerte, l'Université de Carthage accueille aujourd'hui plus de 32 000 étudiants, encadrés par plus de 2700 enseignants-chercheurs. Elle propose une large offre de formation couvrant les sciences de l'ingénieur, les technologies, les sciences humaines et sociales, les arts, le droit, l'économie, l'agriculture et bien plus. L'université abrite 10 écoles doctorales, 74 laboratoires, positionnant la recherche et l'innovation au cœur de sa mission. Son objectif ? Développer une science de qualité au service du développement durable et des enjeux sociétaux contemporains. Engagée dans une stratégie d'ouverture internationale, elle collabore activement avec plus de 100 partenaires académiques à travers le monde et participe à de nombreux programmes internationaux tels qu'Erasmus+ et Horizon Europe. Ancrée dans les valeurs de citoyenneté, de qualité et de transparence, l'Université de Carthage forme les talents de demain, soutient l'entrepreneuriat et s'investit pleinement dans le progrès de la société tunisienne. Université de Carthage, savoir, innovation, engagement.
Our motivation is to continuously explore and improve the fertility of fertile soil. Our ambition is to empower the land for rich harvests. We are Shenyang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company Limited. Green Drive. China is a giant in agriculture and home to a vast population. As a national high-tech enterprise, Shenyang Zhongke is committed to advancing agricultural modernization, cutting input costs, safeguarding ecosystems, and boosting food security. We focus on R&D of new fertilizers, delivering high-tech solutions to agriculture in China and beyond, contributing to global food security through implementing innovative technologies and developing fertilizer products. Shenyang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company Limited was founded in 2001. It has been jointly established by the Institute of Applied Ecology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, IAE, and Shenyang Technology Venture Capital Company Limited. We are a networking group of internationally acknowledged specialists in R&D and the production of stabilized fertilizers, slow controlled release fertilizers, and offer technical upgrading and engineering design for fertilizer enterprises. Our expertise comprises experience and cutting-edge know-how since 1983 and is the basis for offering our services and expert knowledge globally since 2019. Our concept and dedication made us a world leader in stabilized fertilizer technology. Shenyang Zhongke is the host institution for the International Scientific Center of Fertilizers, CIEC, and the Green Fertilizer Engineering Laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Our expert team includes 863 senior scientists with representatives in the National Fertilizer Standard Committee. Our researchers are responsible for planning, supervision, and interpretation of experiments in greenhouses and fields, and the national and international cooperation, for instance with colleagues from Germany, Belgium, New Zealand, and Canada, forging an industry, academia, research innovation consortium. Leveraging global research platforms, we undertake key national R&D projects, which are revised on a 5-year basis, and collaborate with domestic and foreign enterprises, leading alliances for stabilized fertilizer innovation, and national slow, controlled release fertilizer demonstration networks. Zhongke has formulated industrial and national standards for stabilized fertilizers. Within the last 5 years, 3 new single-molecule, dual-control inhibitors have been developed from plants, thus breaking the need for multi-material combinations in application, simultaneously boosting the inhibition rate by 27 to 30% and enriching the global inhibitor library. We have introduced synergistic stabilized fertilizer technology, nutrient-enhancing technologies, and solutions for phosphorus fixation and mobility. These innovations address slow nutrient uptake at low temperatures and global challenges in phosphorus fertilizer production, achieving a 72% conversion rate of ore phosphorus into available phosphorus. For soil remediation, Zhongke's advanced physical, chemical, and biological technologies improve soil fertility and boost crop yields. With a strong technical foundation, the company focuses on fertilizer additives, soil remediation agents, and specialty fertilizers. It has become the world's largest supplier of inhibitors, enabling single fertilizer applications so that top dressings can be waived. Its products are used in 22 Chinese provinces and exported to Australia, Southeast Asia, and West Asia. Shenyang Zhongke has won 3 National Science and Technology Progress Awards, 21 provincial awards, and holds over 120 patents, accounting for a quarter of China's stabilized fertilizer patents. Looking ahead, Zhongke plans to expand its business by partnering with social capital. It aims to establish up to 22 joint ventures and lead China's new fertilizer industry. We will collaborate with phosphate resource enterprises to replace 1/3 of water-soluble phosphorus fertilizers. We will also set up a subsidiary in northeast China to produce soil conditioners and seedling substrates, supporting saline, alkaline land development and crop cultivation. In the next decade, Zhongke targets an annual revenue of 8 billion CNY and profits of 1.1 billion CNY, striving to become a global leader in stabilized fertilizers. With deep roots in science and innovation for over 40 years, Shenyang Zhongke is paving the way for a greener future in the fertilizer industry. Our motivation is to continuously explore and improve the fertility of fertile soil. Our ambition is to empower the land for rich harvests. We are Shenyang Zhongke New Fertilizer Company Limited. Green Drive. China is a giant in agriculture.
L'Université de Carthage, créée en 1988, est l'un des piliers de l'enseignement supérieur en Tunisie. Sous la tutelle du ministère de l'Enseignement supérieur et de la Recherche scientifique, elle se distingue par la diversité et la qualité de ses formations, la richesse de sa recherche scientifique et son rayonnement national et international. Avec 35 établissements répartis sur le Grand Tunis, Nabeul et Bizerte, l'Université de Carthage accueille aujourd'hui plus de 30 000 étudiants, encadrés par plus de 3 000 enseignants-chercheurs. Elle propose une large offre de formation couvrant les sciences de l'ingénieur, les technologies, les sciences humaines et sociales, les arts, le droit, l'économie, l'agriculture et bien plus. L'université abrite 8 écoles doctorales, 56 laboratoires et 18 unités de recherche, positionnant la recherche et l'innovation au cœur de sa mission. Son objectif, développer une science de qualité au service du développement durable et des enjeux sociétaux contemporains. Engagée dans une stratégie d'ouverture internationale, elle collabore activement avec plus de 100 partenaires académiques à travers le monde et participe à de nombreux programmes internationaux tels qu'Erasmus+ et Horizon Europe. Ancrée dans les valeurs de citoyenneté, de qualité et de transparence, l'Université de Carthage forme les talents de demain, soutient l'entrepreneuriat et s'investit pleinement dans le progrès de la société tunisienne. Université de Carthage, savoir, innovation, engagement.
plant tissue analysis is a direct measurement of plant nutrient. But we will take 50 leaves per block. Generally, it's 5 trees and 10 leaves per trees in the current season growth shoots in the middle part, and we have to compare that to the normal levels that was obtained in other orchard. But this is the situation depending on the concentration of the nutrient in the leaves. So we have an optimum, we have a toxic zone, and we will see symptom when we are in the toxic zone, and we have also a deficiency zone. But there is also part of this curve which is there is a reduction of the growth, but there is no symptom, visual symptom on the leaves. And when we make the analysis, it's possible to see that and to know what's the level, the exact level of our mineral status of the plant. And this value, the optimal mineral content, vary from region to region. It depends on the soil, it depends on the climate conditions, and it depends on the management practices. So the question is, in Tunisia, what's the references for foliar analysis? So for that, we start work for two strategic crops in Tunisia, the palm date, the date palms. We have about 58,000 hectares. The production is about 540 tons of dates, and it's the largest source of employment in two governorates in the south, in Billi and Tozeur, and it's the second largest agriculture export product after the olive oil. The second crop is citrus. We have about 28,000 hectares of citrus, producing about 380,000 tons, and it involved about 11,600 growers and provide a stable income to more than 25,000 families. So there are two very important strategic crops for agriculture in Tunisia. If we are looking to have references of the optimum, there is two ways to do it. The first one is the DRIS method, is the diagnosis and recommendation integrated system developed by Bofis in '73. And what they do is a ratio between element 2 by 2. And the second one is the CND method, compositional nutrient diagnosis, developed by Khiari in 2018. And it's all the elements together, and we have a ratio between them. So these two methods are less sensitive to variation in leaf sampling due to age or leaf rank, and they are accurate and efficient, and it's based on nutrient balance and not each element alone. So for date palms, we start with 100 sites selected in different regions of Gbelli Governorate. We are in the north, so in Tunis, so it's in the south around Chateauguay, which is the main region for date palm productions. And so we took samples from 100 sites. We looked to the yield and the different element on the tree. How we did that? So for each site we took 10 productive and healthy date palms, and in October, which is the references date to take the samples, it's in Tamar stage. We took leaves from the middle part of the rashes located near the benches, and we have also the yield of the different palms. And we make the analysis of the different nutrient elements. So this is how to arrive to the CND norms. I'm not going through all this equation, but we start with the critical yield. After that, we have to have the CND R2 theoretical, After that, the first dose CND R2 and validation with critical scale indexes to arrive to the mean and standard deviation of the reference population. So these are the steps to arrive to have the references optimum. So it's what we did. So we start with the cutoff yield, which was estimated to be about 75 kilogram of date per palm. And after the CND R2, the first part of CND date palms norms, and we have Kate Nelson threshold CND R2 to determine for each for the different elements. And it was published in agronomy, so we have a first nutrient diagnosis norm for date palm variety Deglet Noor, which is the main Deglet Noor, is the main variety in Tunisia and in Algeria, and it was published in agronomy in 2020. This work was done for Gbili oasis, but we did also for Tuzer oasis, which is about 150 kilometers from far from Gbili. And for citrus, what we add for citrus, we have two methods. We have the DRIS method and the CND method. And so we have the mineral sufficiency interval using the two different methods. We have a we compare with international literature to see if we are in the same norm, the same value or not. And we make also based on that, and we judge the fertilization practices of the citrus grower. So we took samples from 120 citrus orchards, mainly in Kabbon region, which is in the north east of Tunisia, where we have 70% of the citrus production. And so we have the yield, the mineral content of a different element. We took from the spring shoots, non-fruiting, and 7 to 8 months old leaves, and a minimum of 50 leaves of each samples. So these are for the CND, the different steps. The first steps, we have to make different calculation to arrive to the first DRIS and CND standards, and after two different steps to arrive to the optimal content of the different elements. And here we have the result obtained with the two different methods. So for the different elements, we have the optimum, the slightly weak, the slightly high value, and the deficiency and the excess value for each element. And so we have references in Tunisia under our condition to judge of the mineral content of the leaves. What we do, the next step, is to compare. Here we have only for nitrogen and phosphorus and potassium. We compare with the value obtained in the international literature. If we see, we have for example, for nitrogen and for potassium, we are near of the norm obtained in Spain. But if we compare with China, it's completely different. For potassium, in Tunisia, we have about 7.2 to 10.3. In China, it's more 10 to 16. So it's completely different, the optimum range. And if we look to the nitrogen also, in Tunisia, it's between 21.8 to 26. And in China, it's 30 to 35. So we have difference on the value of the optimum norm. So when we compare, we have value that are close to region like Spain, where climatic conditions are similar to Tunisia, and we have soil conditions similar to us with calcareous soil. And we are growing the same varieties, Nova, Hernandina, MA3, Marisol, Kassar. But if we compare with China, for example, which are completely different condition, we have different optima. So this was published in Communication in Soil Science and Plant Analysis. After that, we make an evaluation of effectiveness of mineral nutrition practices by the grower. And for that, we use the NAPR method to judge what are the situation of the different orchard from where we obtain our value. And what we see if that for nitrogen, for example, it's okay, for potassium also, but we have two main problem in our mineral nutrition. It's about phosphorus and it's about iron. And the explanation, the reason for that is for these two elements, we have very calcareous soil with high pH, so there is so it's a problem for plant to take this element from the soil, and it's why we have deficiency, and we are in situation where it's not the optimum for the grower. So phosphorus and iron are diagnosed as deficient using both methods. The reason is alkaline and calcareous Tunisian soil. The phosphorus availability is limited in calcareous soil, and iron chlorosis is a major nutritional problem for sensitive plant like citrus on calcareous soil. And we have iron solubility reached a minimum of in the pH between 7.4 to 8.5, which is the case of many of the soil in Tunisia. And thank you for your attention. Just this work was done during the PhD of Mouneh Ben Deli, and it was in collaboration for citrus with a private company who fund the research, food quality, and for the date palm is with the Date Technical Center, the CTD in Gbelli, and the result is applied directly today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mehdi Ben Mimoun, for your presentation, a good presentation. And some question for Professor Mehdi Ben Mimoun. Yes.
Ludwig again, and also from the European Sustainable Phosphorus Platform. You know, in Europe there are several countries that make phosphorus recycling mandatory, and a promising technology is extracting phosphorus together with iron in the form of vivianite. And this could be a good fertilizer for your soils. And it is a simple technology. It could also work in Tunisia, but it needs wastewater treatment plants with phosphorus removal first. Okay. Do you see a potential for this here in Tunisia?
Yeah, it could be. The only thing is that for phosphorus is produced here in Tunisia with fertilizer. So this innovation need to be done with the chemical, the Groupe Chimique, which are the fertilizer producer for phosphorus in Tunisia.
We can include Groupe Chimique Tunisien, c'est pas un problème.
Okay.
Thank you for your question. Another question? Yes.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned that you also analyzed whether you have excessively high concentrations which reduce yield. So I've seen you have very high boron concentrations, which is to be expected, but did you find any elements that reduce yield because of too high concentration?
Is it possible to have a presentation again? So we need to look to the last column. It's the case for zinc also, and somehow for magnesium. It's too high.
Okay, no question? Okay, thank you, Professor Mahdi. Another question.
You know that this is a very old discussion with relations of nutrient concentrations, because the relation doesn't have anything to do with physiological interactions, because you can have the same relation on a low level and on a high level. And you know that it's one of the main arguments against drift and so on.
Yeah, but
we have worked a long time on that, so this is why we went away and go to only absolute concentrations.
Yeah, but to judge of a mineral statue of orchard, which are the means that we have instead of that?
Yeah, but why is it not just enough to look at the individual concentrations if they are above or below critical value?
Yeah.
You just plot them. It's only 13 elements in maximum. You plot them in one line and have a look. This is okay. And
It's what we did for the analysis. After that, we look if it's okay or not, element by element.
But if you're honest, these relations, it just helps confusing the whole thing. Oh yes.
I don't know. For the grower at the end, they have only its value and it's compared to the norm.
Yeah, but that would be enough for the grower. I say this after I have matured and I know old. So when I'm looking back, I can see that this was to confuse the growers.
Okay.
No, just a critical command, not critical concentration.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all. Huh? Okay, thank you, Professor Mahdi bin Mimoun. And now, the second intervention with Mr. Malcolm Hayford, optimizing efficient fertilizer use in stressed environment and option for remote sensing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I have my slides, please? I must say it's really nice been at this meeting, so thank you for the organisers for putting it together. Really enjoying it so far. And also congratulations to INAT for 127 years. You see, I'm from Rothamsted in the UK, which is also an old institute. You see a picture of the modern campus here. And on the right-hand side, there's a picture of one of our most famous old experiments, which is a plant nutrition experiment and is the oldest presently running, continuously running plant nutrition experiment in the world. It's nearly 200 years old. And the point of showing you these pictures is actually to welcome any of you who'd like to visit Rothamsted anytime in the future. Okay, so just need to sort this one out. Perfect. So what I want to talk about a little bit today are some general considerations about nutrient use efficiency. It's a bit biased towards nitrogen, but it can actually be applied to almost any of the nutrients. And so I'll say a little bit about the background to some of the problems. But then I also want to show some of the methods for monitoring crops that we're currently employing and how they might be useful in terms of balancing inputs and outputs. Because nutrient use efficiency is all about balancing inputs and outputs. It's impossible to exactly predict requirements during the season. There are so many different factors that can influence crop yields, different abiotic factors, balances of nutrients that are available. But anything that we can do to predict yield will help us then subsequently apply the right amounts of fertilizer. Okay. So these are some background, kind of a lesson in nutrient use efficiency, particularly nitrogen use efficiency. And there are two main components to any aspect of fertilizer and nutrient use. One is the ability of the crop to take up the nutrient, and so the efficiency of those processes, which are mostly root derived processes. And the second, the ability of the crop to utilize the nutrients that are taken up to produce yield, okay, to produce useful output. In the case of wheat, that would be grain. The critical thing for doing the calculation is knowing what the yield is, because efficiency is nearly always defined as how much yield you can produce for the amount of fertilizer that's available or that's provided. And obviously, if you get the balance right, you'll have the highest efficiency. Different considerations to consider are the ability to capture the nutrient, the harvest index. So it's no point taking up all of this nutrient if it's not then subsequently put into yield, or in the case of the micronutrients we've heard about, actually part of that yield. And another important aspect of nutrient use efficiency is how responsive crops can be to applied nutrients if the crops don't respond appropriately. It's a pretty shocking statistic that globally it's calculated that only 33% of the applied nitrogen is actually taken off in grain crops. So the efficiency is only 33%. So that represents a huge waste of applied fertilizer. Expensive fertilizer, it's expensive to produce, it's expensive for the farmer, and of course it has huge potential negative consequences environmentally, which is also an expense for us all. In some cases, I mean, you do need to apply fertilizers. Without fertilizer and without nitrogen specifically, you won't get a efficient canopy, which will drive yield. Sometimes you need to apply more fertilizers, particularly nitrogen, if you want to get high protein contents, so higher than you would expect for the amount of yield, or you might need to apply more fertilizers if you want to boost certain elemental compositions. So to address this huge problem of global inefficient use of fertilizers, several studies recently have sort of broken down different interventions, different types of interventions, and many of us here are working on many of these different aspects. The types of fertilizer, enhanced efficiency fertilizers, for example. Different soil amendments, different fertilizer types, particularly timing and placement of fertilizers, are all critical. And there are also other agronomic rotations, for example, the ways we till the soil, irrigate, etc., all of which can contribute to improving overall efficiency. And there are many different, is this a pointer? Nope, that was bad. So there are many different factors which over application can cause in relation to emissions, leaching, runoffs, etc. And these have all been calculated for how they might be ameliorated by these different kinds of approaches. And I'd really recommend some of those publications if you want to look at this in more detail. But in practical cases, what should we be doing now? Well, one thing is we could just apply less fertilizer. If we apply less fertilizer, then we're going to waste less. But of course, the problem then is that we're going to have to accept lower yields or lower qualities, and that's not really acceptable in terms of production for a farmer and for the consumer. Key things would be targeting applications. Targeting applications in terms of the timing, precision application, getting the right amount on for the crop that's growing. And the critical thing there is being able to monitor the crop, and monitor the crop in real time. It's no good monitoring the crop at the end of the season, because then it's too late to do anything different. As we've already heard, it's vitally important to provide other nutrients, and for that there's no getting away from doing analysis of soils and tissues. We can use more efficient varieties, and a lot of my own work is involved in trying to breed more efficient varieties. That is incredibly difficult and definitely a long-term solution. And in the first instance, there are so many other ways that we can work to begin with. Another one, which is slightly sort of left field, would be to decrease, in the case of nitrogen, the amount of protein that you actually need in the final crop. You don't always necessarily need high levels of nutrients. And that, of course, also means using special varieties. But for the sake of this talk, the main thing is what I want to make a case for is this monitoring for predicting yield, so that we can then apply the right amounts of fertilizer for a crop that you've got growing. Okay, so how do we monitor yield? Well, there are lots of different ways. You can do yield mapping, but that's only at the end of the season. Too late for the current crop. Might help you for the next crop. You can also do soil mapping to look at how much nutrient is within a field. But again, is that good for predicting? It's also quite hard work, accurately measuring across fields and large areas different nutrients. Another way is by using real-time monitoring and using canopy sensors. Canopy sensors that measure spectral indices that reflect biomass or crop health status. One of which is well known is NDVI, which is Normalized Difference Vegetation Index. And this just relies on monitoring a crop at a couple of wavelengths and doing some ratioing between those wavelengths. And it can tell you how green a crop is. It can tell you how much canopy is present. It's not very specific, though, and I'll show some data showing that it's not very specific. And of course, if you can effectively monitor yield in season, you can then modify your split applications of nutrients appropriately. Okay, so for sensing, there are lots of different levels that you can sense, and I'll show some pictures of some different examples in a little while. Yeah, this doesn't work. So broadly separated into proximal sensing sensors, where you either walk around with monitors, or you have them perhaps mounted on some sort of vehicle, or remote sensing platforms, classically satellites, which have, or more recently, perhaps using things like drones. And all of these different platforms and scales of doing monitoring have advantages and disadvantages. I'll mention a few of those in a moment or two. These are some of the ground-based methods that you can use, and lots of people use these. These are used in research. They're used in people doing research on looking at how to improve crops and looking at all kinds of different stresses. But a lot of them are just based on these simple spectral ratioing. In some cases, they might be attached to vehicles or to tractors. In our case at Rothamsted, we have a very nice system for testing methodologies and for developing methodologies. So this is a very sophisticated ground-based platform that can measure in a lot of different wavelengths. So much more than just those two wavelengths that I've referred to. And you'll see some of the advantages of that in a moment or two. So this is a great system. It's very expensive, but it's a great system for developing methodologies. I've already hinted that drones are of great value, and we use a lot of drones at Rothamsted, and we use drones with lots of different sensors, some simple sensors just like RGB cameras, from which you can get a lot of information, but also more sophisticated sensors such as infrared sensors or thermal cameras, or even what are known as hyperspectral sensors, which can measure at many, many wavelengths, which have a huge power, as you'll see in a moment or two, but also have some difficulties associated with them. Other limitations of using drones are the costs of the drones and costs of training people to use the drones. The fact that you can only have a fairly restricted payload on a drone. And also increasingly a problem are regulatory issues. In many areas of the world, including in the UK, there are many areas where we can't use drones, and that's a real problem. Okay, so using NDVI, this shows how good NDVI, or how bad NDVI is for predicting yield. This is in a wheat crop. And you'll see that there are three colors, and the three colors reflect three different nitrogen input levels. And if you look at any one color, you'll see there's a scatter around the regression line for predicting grain yield. So that shows that this simple ratioing using NDVI, so just a couple of wavelengths in the near infrared and in the visible red region, is not very accurate. There are a lot of other factors that give you a lot of scatter. And the other thing you'll see is that at the 3 different nitrogen levels, you get 3 completely different regression lines, so that nitrogen is having a major effect on the prediction of yield. And of course, this is pretty evident here because we know how much nitrogen we put on, and we've got 3 very widely different amounts of nitrogen. But in the case of a farmer's field, that's much more difficult to control. So my point is that although widely used, both from satellites and from drones and from tractor-based sensors, this NDVI is not a very good way to go. Which isn't to say that NDVI is not completely, does have its uses. And what we see here are some NDVI kind of measurements for 6 different varieties, again at 3 different nitrogen levels. And instead of just taking a single point, so this previous graph was just at one time point. Okay, this would happen to be in June of 1 year. So you're just taking a snapshot NDVI measurement. But what you can see is that through the season, so this is through the entire season, from sowing through to harvest, actually NDVI changes quite significantly. Obviously, it increases as the canopy establishes, but then ultimately it decreases as the canopy senesces. And again, you see that there's a big impact of nitrogen on the NDVI, and that is partially accounted for by the difference in the canopy and the density of the canopy, but it's also accounted for by other factors of higher nitrogen inputs produce more chlorophyll, and you get a higher NDVI measurements. However, these kind of curves are useful. They also show how dynamic the NDVI is, so that different time points will give you quite different results. But if we actually look at the curves that we produce and analyze different sectors of the curve, we can then do a correlation analysis to see which sectors actually are the best predictors of yield. And we find that some sectors are very good predictors of yield. But in order to use this approach, you've got to take a lot of measurements. So probably weekly measurements throughout the whole of your season, which again, in the case of commercial production, is a rather expensive way to go. Scientifically, it's quite useful because it can tell us for different varieties how different varieties perform to produce, ultimately to produce yield. However, I've already indicated that we can use drones with these hyperspectral cameras. So this is a hyperspectral camera which has 540 wave bands. So not just the 2 wavelengths for NDVI, but 540 over a wide range. And using this kind of data, we can actually get, and using the whole spectrum, so not just ratioing 2 wavelengths, but using the whole spectrum, we can get very good predictors of yield, as you can see in this regression curve here. And the difficulties are, again, this is expensive technology and also requires a lot of processing, but nevertheless, I think it's pointing a way forward, pointing away from just simple NDVI kind of ratioing, of which there are many. There's probably 20, 30 or 40 different kind of simple ratios, but none of them are great. But if you can add in a few extra wavelengths, you can start to get a much better predictive power. And I think with this kind of accuracy, this kind of methodology, in season, again, this is just one time point. Again, I think it's the same time point that we had for the previous graph that I showed. You can get very good final yield predictions. Okay, so just to summarize, we all know that efficient fertilizer use is imperative. I mean, for all of the reasons I started off with. The key thing is needing to match supply with demand. Okay, we don't want to put too much on, but we don't want to put too little on either. And the key thing then is being able to do in-season monitoring with effective technology. Effective technology which doesn't cost too much, but which is accurate. And the accuracy is absolutely crucial here. And then this kind of technology can help with precision applications of fertilizer. Yield prediction itself is a useful parameter to have, but also the same technology can be used to look for disease incidents, for example, and for breeding programs. And that's it, I think. So just to thank my team at Rothamsted and some of my key collaborators and funders. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your intervention and your contribution to preserve environment. Hello? Oui, oui. Okay. Then, are there some intervention? Professor.
Thank you. So, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Malcolm for this nice presentation. And also, I would like to tell him that he is my idol in my PhD thesis, and I already read all his publications. So, I have 3 questions. I start with the first one, that is how might factors such as crop type, growth stage, and environmental stress affect the accuracy of NDVI?
Okay, I can answer.
For the production. Yes,
I
of
can
course,
answer that one
please.
straight away and say that all of these factors have strong influences on NDVI, which is why I don't really advocate NDVI, and why you at least have to look at multiple time points. You need to have measures to standardize for all of the different treatments, and you can never totally predict. Even when you're doing a prediction, say you do a prediction at one growth stage, if then subsequently the weather conditions become really bad, then your predictions are going to go wrong. So it's really difficult.
Okay. And the second one, how does effective monitoring of crop performance improve nitrogen use efficiency on farm?
Again, there are commercial applications for doing this, and the people who sell these commercial applications really believe they work. And maybe in some cases they do, but in many cases, not enough. And I would still say there's a lot more work still to be done. And these remote sensing methods using any kind of crop indices need to be used in conjunction with other analyses. So you doesn't get rid of needing to do crop analysis for specific deficiencies.
Okay. And you have some, for example, software to calculate the nitrogen use efficiency, and in United Kingdom, how the relation between a researcher and farmers, for example, to
okay, farmers are really want to know how much nitrogen to put on, and they want predictions because it costs them so much money. It's such an expensive input for nitrogen, so they're really keen for anything that can help them put the right amount on without impacting on yield and quality. So we have a good relationship with farmers, and we talk to them a lot.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions.
Okay, another question, please.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very nice presentation. It's especially for nitrogen use efficiency. You know this concerned by not even our scientists, also farmers and producers. And very good talk. And you said we should know for high nitrogen use efficiency, we should know right amount, right time application. But the most important is very difficult to know this right climate. Yes, if we can know right climate regime, we don't need to do any monitoring.
Sure.
Yes, because we don't know, we have to do monitoring. But you use a drone and to get in NDVI information. But you get information just on time. You are doing the monitoring. But for nitrogen deficiency, and these are a kind of level, but how much you have to calculate a period.
Okay, so
and thereafter, But this is very important, very difficult. But how you do it? You can do modeling.
Sure.
But it's very difficult. But the technology, especially AI technology, can help a lot. But we still have a lot of work to do in the future. I'd like to know how you do this. Okay?
Okay, so
maybe it's a commercial secret.
No. So
No?
you asked the most difficult question, to be able to predict not just the yield but also the weather, and the weather, of course,
Yes.
will affect the yield. If I could do that, I'd be a very rich man, and I'm not a rich man. Okay, so I can't do that. I mean, you can start in any environment. You can start off with guidelines for application rates, and that's what farmers have. And this is about modifying those guidelines to try to optimize them. So you're always going to start off with, in a particular environment, you're going to expect to get X many tons per hectare, because that's what is expected in that particular agronomic environment. But, that can go up and down probably 20 or 30%, depending on weather conditions. And you're right. If you do your predictions at one point, your predictions are only as good as what the weather to that point.
Yeah.
So then after that point, it can be anybody's guess. But you can use modeling to estimate the weather conditions. This is just about looking at the crop productivity prediction.
Yeah.
And then
you can predict, but I think the weather never follow your prediction.
Nothing's perfect, but if you can help, every little bit helps.
We never know how much precipitation, how high temperature. Okay, thank you.
In the UK, that's definitely true.
Yeah,
we never know how much
second
rain.
question, for drone, we use a drone to apply fertilizer, and deficiency is very high. It's difficult because drone can only apply limited amount of nitrogen, or also other nutrients the same. Okay, then probably it's also a question.
Okay, we don't use drones for application of fertilizer. I mean, some people do this, and you're right, it's very limited what you can do. Yeah, but I don't use that. No.
Thank you. Short. We haven't a short question.
It's already
Short and
enough.
sweet. Ewald.
In fact, just to make it short, I have done that since 1976, reflective measurements and so on. In fact, what I've learned after 50 years, it's nothing else than reading coffee grounds, but today with an electron microscope. Understand?
No.
Still reading coffee grounds, because there's no physiological relation between what you have in your spectra, and it doesn't matter if you have the 50,000 channels. The background of it, I don't know if you know the so-called wood effect. You know what the wood effect is? Yeah? And this is coffee ground reading with very expensive instruments.
So a short answer to you, I totally agree. Okay, we know the physiological background, but we don't need to. The whole point is here we look at all these spectra, we use some AI methodologies, machine learning, and then we're just using that to predict what the yield is for that crop. And that can be any one of many, many different things. And it gets away from the NDVI is specific, or tries to be specific, and completely fails.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Time is finished, and we have to pass to the last intervention for this morning before lunch. This is Gili, creation and application of dual control inhibitor and new-type fertilizer, Institute of Applied Ecology, China. Thank you. I'll give you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, dear colleagues and friends. My name is Jelly. I come from Institute of Applied Ecology, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Today, I'm going to talk about the development of dual control inhibitors, a new type of fertilizers. This is part of our project, and this project is funded by National Science Technology Program of China. In this presentation, I will provide three topics: the research background, the research progress, and achievements, product development, and industrialization. We all know that the fertilizer is the food, especially nitrogen fertilizer. It contributes more than 40% to grain yield increase and plays a crucial role in ensuring national food security. However, it brought about abundant food production. The utilization rate of nitrogen is only 41% due to the limitation of application methods, technical conditions, and the other factors. Therefore, how to improve fertilizer use efficiency has become a major bottleneck, restricting the high agricultural yield and sustainable development. Currently, regulating nitrogen transformation process is one of the most effective ways to increase nitrogen use efficiency. Adding inhibitors to fertilizers is one of the most effective and economic methods. Statistics show that there are hundreds of compounds with inhibitory effects, but only 5 of them can be applied in agricultural production practice. Our familiar ones include NBPT, DNPP, and DCD. But all of them, this kind of traditional inhibitors, they are almost synthetic and limited in type. Statistics show that the annual consumption of inhibitors is 800,000 tons in Europe, 120 tons in North Africa, and 80,000 tons in the Middle East and Africa. The major factors, Germany Campo, Germany BASF, Begum Solvay, they are all chemical companies. With the technology advancing, a large number of patents have been developed every year. From the right side of the table, you can see that there are more than 400 patents of urea inhibitors and more than 700 patents for nitrification inhibitors for the last 20 years. Most of inhibitors have been widely used and shown good effectiveness. We still have 3 key problems need to address in research and application of them. One of them is currently the inhibitors all single functionality, either urea inhibitors nor nitrification inhibitors. We know that the single urea inhibitors have a very short acting time. It can only control the urea hydrolysis process, such as NBPT only has a validity period of 5 to 21 days. For the single type of nitrification inhibitors, it can only slow down the ammonium to nitrate process, so it can cause the ammonium ions accumulated in the soil, thus lead to the ammonia volatilization. The second one is for the most of inhibitors, they have very short effective duration. For example, DNPP, it can only maintain its optimal inhibitory effect for 14 to 21 days. That means after 3 weeks, this kind of product can be absorbed by soil or degraded by microorganisms. But for the field crops such as maize, its growth cycle is more than 120 days. That means this kind of product can't meet the need for continuous regulation of nitrogen transformation and allows throughout the crop growth cycle. The third one is the combined use of basic inhibitors. We all know that the photochemical companies, they normally sell the products directly to the fertilizer companies. They simply mix them and they don't even consider the amount, the proportion, or the interaction between the materials. So this kind of type of fertilizers fail to achieve a synergistic effect, and every batch of the products has inconsistent and unstable results. Therefore, to address the issues we mentioned above, our group did a serious work on this, production development, include developing new plant-derived inhibitor materials to enrich the library of inhibitor materials, to develop efficiency-enhancing protection technologies to prolong the effective duration and expand the application scope. And finally, we develop a new type of stabilized fertilizers products and realize the industrialization. Next, I will sort out this work and give you a brief report. For the first progress, we developed multifunctional inhibitors with independent intellectual property rights by using the solvent extraction technology. This achievement enriched international inhibitor material library. To achieve it, our group have did the screening plant-derived inhibitors, isolation and purification, component extraction, efficiency verification, and then finally we get the targeted materials. We screened over 84 species of aromatic plants and Chinese medicine herbs. The results show that plants from the Asteraceae, Ruteraceae, Lemuraceae, and Caprifoliaceae families can not only effectively inhibit urease hydrolysis, but also significantly slow down the nitrification of ammonia. With isolated target compounds from the plants using the separation and purification methods, and their structure were further identified via spectroscopic techniques such as MS and NMR. This achievement breaks through the single molecular dual regulation technology, achieved dual control function in a single molecular. Our results show, we can see that our results show that the compared single urease inhibitor NBPT and the single NBP nitrification inhibitor DNPP, the urease inhibition rate and the nitrification inhibition rate can increase from 7 to 142% and 9 to 57%. This addressed the first issues we mentioned about the large dose and the single function of the existing inhibitors. This achievement realized the whole process regulation of nitrogen transformation and thus reduce the costs by 30%. We have already got 3 authorized invention patents and have published several high-quality papers to establish the technical criteria. This achievement innovated the understanding of inhibitors and promoted the source innovation of new material, shifting from chemical products to nature products. In order to clarify the mechanism of inhibition by new inhibitors, we are using the molecular docking technology. We found that the carbonyl oxygen atoms in the new material can form the metal coordination bonds with the two Ni ions of the urease and had competitive occupation with urate, thus delayed urea hydrolysis. On the other hand, it is a kind of ketone compound. It can chelate and is detected with ammonium monooxygenase on the surface of ammonia oxygen bacterial cell membranes, thus inhibit in process of the inhibition nitrification process. We also conducted an application environmental behavior evaluation system. By developing analytical methods, we built accurate detection protocols for the materials. Our results can show that the degradation of the new material in the same growing season can reach to 97%. That means there is no residue in the soil in the one growing season. The second achievement, we develop efficiency protection technology for new materials to extend efficacy period and improve applicability. Initially, our new materials, they are all oily liquid. They are easily volatile and have very low melting point. It is difficult to add them uniformly to fertilizer production equipment. On the basis of retaining the active sites of carbonyl groups, the physical properties are modified to convert the oily substance into a powder or crystal, making it easier to be proceed into products. Achieve liquid to solid dose from upgrade from supermolecular co-crystal assembly. In order to address the issue that materials are prone to being fixed in the soil and decomposed by microorganisms, we just mentioned initially, we developed spatial bacterial protection technology, constructing a buffered adoption system. It can reduce the impact of environment on inhibitors, and the decomposition rate can be decreased by 11 to 31%. By using the stable isotope technology, we started the regulation on the process of mineral nitrogen pool and the stable nitrogen pools. We found that the new materials played different functional activities at different stages. For example, at the seedling stage, the new material can promote fertilizer nitrogen conversion to mixed ammonia pools and reduce nitrogen losses by 2%. And at the jointing stage, the plant needs more and more nutrients. At that stage, the new materials can accelerate organic nitrogen mineralization and fixed ammonium release, boosting the mineral nitrogen supply by 86%. And at the maturity stage, it can also enhance organic nitrogen sequestration and realize the long-term nitrogen storage. We also did a lot of field work on the gases emissions and the yield of the new material. We can see that the yield can be increased by 13%, and the greenhouse gas indexity can be decreased by 24%, achieve synergistic improvement in production and environmental benefits. Our comprehensive analysis show a very clear pattern of fertilizer nitrogen distribution in the soil crop system. From the table and the bar graph, we can easily see that the distribution ratio of fertilizer nitrogen in different systems and different treatments, the crop absorption of fertilizer nitrogen accounted for 49 to 51% is the main part. That means enhancing crops absorption and the utilization of fertilizer nitrogen in the current season is the key to improving nitrogen fertilizer use efficiency. We also did a serious work on microbialism analysis. Our results show that the new material can increase community richness, evenness, and diversity, and render the microbial network more complex and dense. In conclusion, the new material occupies the enzyme activity sites to regulate targeted microorganisms such as AOA and AOB, which in turn modulate nitrogen transformation across soil nitrogen pools during different growth stages. This alignment of soil nitrogen supply and crop nitrogen uptake enables efficient farmland nitrogen use and reduces nitrogen losses risks, such as leaching gases emissions. Finally, we developed a series new stabilized products and realized industrialization. We developed a flow-linked automatic dosing system to accurately match the liquid urea flow rate and dynamically regulate inhibitor dose. And also developed a clean production process for large-scale manufacturing to make sure the industrial production of a dual control stabilized urea. We also developed more than 200 new products with an annual production capacity of 5 million tons. Based on the international organizations, our new technology have been put into production and applied in 23 provinces across 27 crop varieties. The new products achieve a yield increase rate of 10 to 23%, spanning top crops including maize, rice, fruits, vegetables. Their effectiveness period can last 110 to 130 days, about 10 to 50 days longer than the other products, thus enabling one-time fertilization without the need for top dressing for many crops. The farmer's input is about 75 to 400 RMB per hectare, lower than the other similar products. The new products can also reduce the related nitrogen losses such as nitrous oxide emissions and nitrogen leaching, provide important support for the green development of agriculture. In the early of this year, the expert on the review panel confirmed that this achievement delivers significant innovations in both the development and the industrialization of dual control inhibitors, with its overall level leading international research in this field. That's what I talk. Thank you.
Hello. Nice. Professor Walid Hamada.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a question about the product you mentioned that helps to reduce the loss of nitrogen. We do know so far that there is a commercial product which is called a DMPP. I don't know if you know this product or no, which is based on a chemical product which helps to avoid, of course, the loss of nitrogen by the disactivation of the bacterial effect. So your product, you didn't explain exactly the basis. Is it natural, chemical, and how you apply? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Actually, it is a serious work because it's based on our 17th national fundings. So it's about 5 years work. So for this kind of products, we extracted from the plant materials. So like isolation or purification, a lot of work. Then we finally found 3 dual control inhibitors. It can control the urea hydrolysis and also can control the ammonium to nitrate. So it is quite useful, and the cost can be decreased by 30%. Just what I talked about, we also did a lot of work to evaluate its functional and also to evaluate the how to control the nitrogen process, and just like the DMPP development process, we did similar process. No, we just we mix them together. You know, during the processing of the urea, we set up a new equipment. We put them together and finally get the particle compound fertilizer. We call it stabilized new urea fertilizer. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your innovative presentation, I think. So I have just a small question about, you tell us about nitrogen uptake and nitrogen transformation. What do you mean by nitrogen transformation? Is it utilization by the plant or in the soil?
Yeah, it is nutrient uptake by the plant.
And transformation?
The observation?
Transformation.
What that mean?
I don't know. In the figure.
Of which figure?
The presentation. Don't worry. Thank you.
No, thank you. Yeah. From the table. Yeah, the table. Yes.
I can perhaps help you. She means what about the transformation of nitrogen? That means that you are using urea.
Yeah.
There is a quantity of nitrogen, and when using NDPP, you stop the transformation of nitrogen.
Yeah.
Then she asked, what about transformation? The quantity of nitrogen transformed from urea to the other part.
It can control both of the processes. Yeah, one molecular can control the 2 processes. Yeah, okay. So it can reduce the ablation amount. Yeah, thank you.
Doctor.
Thank
you,
Thank you,
Professor. And I think you have finished the second intervention, and best record. And I have to thanks all intervenants. Especially Professor Mehdi Ben Mimoun, who present us the importance of plant foliar analysis for a good mineral nutrient management. The second intervention was optimizing efficient fertilizer use in stressed environment and option for remote sensing by Professor Malcolm Haukenford. And the third and the last one, creation and application of dual control inhibitor, a new type fertilizer by July from Institute of Applied Ecology of China. And best thanks for all intervenants. Best thanks for the all. I hope you follow the other presentation, and I think it's time for lunch. If you have hunger.
Madame Sabrine Chouiri. Madame Sabrine. Madame Sabrine Chouiri. عندها présentation.
So this is now my interest. If it loses its taste, how is it going to be seasoned? It's based on the consumption that we need to do. So if we apply, we may apply at the right rate, at the right time, at the right place. I think my professor here mentioned those things. But we also need to take into consideration the quantity. So we need to re-establish the formulation because we are concerned about the toxicity of these materials. And so the critical question now in agronomy is it really too salty or too toxic for use? And that's the critical question that we need to address. Why? Because in 2011, they established that the fertilizer salt tables that are being talked about or discussed or used, which were established almost 80 years ago, they are misleading. So they need to come up with a new strategy to come up or to mitigate these issues. Doberman in 2022, in one of their paradigm shift in planting nutrition, they also elaborated the impact of the shift, the drastic shift that is happening in the fertilizer industry. So we need to be careful about that because fertilizer salt index is only considering the osmotic pressure of these materials, the only salt. So now I'm trying with this part of my research work to develop using also, why not checking the ammonia toxicity? Why also not integrating what was developed before and the current situation? This is what we are, my team and myself are trying to focus on. So the objectives we are trying to achieve here is now to introduce ecotoxicological approach on the effect through the seed placement approach and try to establish the critical threshold limits for this approach. At the same time, we have different approaches of placement where we need to optimize their placement. And these approaches specifically was the pop-up and the subsurface placement. So the protocol that I established with the help of BioRender, this is what I tried to come up with. And I had many fertilizer materials, both commercial and underdeveloped, also inorganic materials. But here, I'll focus mainly on the commercial ones so that we can have a clear picture of what is really happening in our industrial process for the benefit of our farmers, for the benefit of our agronomists, and also the policymakers. So after that, I tried to conduct an experiment in the pot where we tried to validate what we obtained, whether it's true or not that fertilizer salt index are really misleading. So how did I do it? We also conducted different rates, applied different fertilizer materials, applied at different rates from those materials that we collected before. And we collected some significant data and all the biomass above ground, below ground. We tried to measure all those things. It was also interesting to note that we have a diversity of fertilizer materials in terms of indicators of fertilizer toxicity in an integrated framework where we consider salinity, we consider pH, where we consider also the ammonia toxicity, ammonia concentration. So the higher the ammonia, the higher also the pH, which means there are high chances to have toxic around that plant if we put the seed in the pop-up or together with the seed. So this is the issue that we're trying to address with these findings. The other thing I tried to come up with using Richard's curve model, we tried to establish, because we noticed that it's empirical in terms of establishing the threshold. At least 80% of seed must emerge from the soil or must emerge from the wherever we put them, be it in the greenhouse or in the lab or in the field. So if we have at least a relative emergence of 80%, which means we are safe towards the yield productivity. So these are the trends that we obtained, and most of the critical factors that we found was salinity of the fertilizer materials, which was varying. You might find that some fertilizer materials, for example, calcium dihydrogen phosphate, has low toxicity in terms of has low salinity. But when it comes to toxicity, you'll find that if you put it together with the seed, nothing might happen. So these are some of the things that I was trying to address, and these were the thresholds limits that we try to obtain out of these results. The other interesting thing were the integration of the pH, the salinity, and the ammonia, which are the major indicators of toxicity in this part. And as you can see, like I was mentioning, the higher the pH, the higher the alkalinity of the material, which means there are more chances to have the toxicity effect out of those materials. And we also noticed a shift in terms of the fertilizer salt index, because before they were using sodium nitrate. So now we're saying, okay, if they were using osmotic pressure using sodium nitrate, now why can't we use KCl and model that compared with that the one using ammonia sodium nitrate, and try to shift it to KCl, because before they said KCl is the highest toxic material in their study. So now using that, we saw a drastic shift, a change in terms of toxicity or fertilizer salt index, which means for sure it is confirming that those findings in around the 1980s, or those tables that are used as the reference materials, are now misleading indeed. We also checked because we wanted to see, is it really true? So I analyzed fertilizer. I quantified the residues of the percentage of the fertilizer materials after application, or how much of the soils that are left, and I obtained different percentages of those concentrations. So it was really interesting and really diverse for our study. In the end, we tried to make it, because we designed a safe zone, we designed a sensitive and the toxic. So when it's toxic, we need to use the lethal dosage. And in my case, I tried to implement the inhibition concentration at 50%, even though I have some findings, but not in this slide, at inhibition concentration at 5%, because it's also affecting the productivity of our crops. Some safe materials that we identified, this was based on the incubation study that I conducted. And you can see on your own, we have, like, for example, 1261-0, which is monopotassium nitrate, the high pure version. We also have some MKP, monopotassium phosphate. They are safe to use with the seed without any problem. So when we are recommending these materials, we are trying to make sure that whenever we are putting them, at least less or equal to 20% of the dilution is okay for the application. But the ones that are problematic could be also these ones, because we checked with the US, with the Canadian, and we realized that they are also using these materials as starter fertilizers. So why can't we also try to test them? So we tested all of them, and interestingly, we noticed that to achieve at least a sensitive range, we need to apply at least less or equal to 10% of dilution of the concentration from the saturated solution. And I tried to come up with the design that I was talking about, the safe rate, the sensitive one, and the toxic ones, which are based on the high specific nutrient risk, and these are clustered in different categories. So from one study in the pot that I conducted, what you are seeing as the rates are the recommended ones that we got, and each for different soil types. So the first one for soil which was clay, the second was for loam, the last one was for sand soils. So in this case, when we place our seeds in the subsurface placement for maize, it's better not to, we identify that it's better not to add to apply urea, because it's the volatilization rate could be even high and very sensitive for the production and productivity or performance of the plants compared to others. But again, we have a problem with diammonium phosphate, which was a huge problem when it comes to the pop-up when we place it with the seed together, but which we now assume that probably it could be related to the source of the coating material. And now we are working on the understanding the coating material that were used for these elements, because some elements were reported to be safe, but they are showing no safety when we do this kind of study. So we are now trying to explore more in depth to characterize their coating material that are being used to determine where the source of toxicity is coming from. And it was also a different case for barley, because we tried, okay, let's try with the sensitive one, and also let's try with the tolerant one. So with barley in the pop-up, it was the same situation, even though some rates were a little bit higher across all soils. These are just to indicate what we all obtain from that study. It's also ongoing study. So when we like the toxic and or indicators that we can try to trace, like what is happening. Some people or in the farm like want to know what exactly is happening in the field. So we can trace, like, to identify, to diagnose all these elements, all these materials, and try to see, okay, if this is the case, what will be happening. And even though you can see some correlations between those parameters, they were not only limited to what you are seeing, emergence and also biomass. Of course, we know that the biomass and emergence should be correlated. If not, there will be definitely a toxic relationship, a toxic interference between the materials that have been applied. So we noticed that the legacy of legacy fertilizer salt index, sure, we need to update that because it's kind of misleading as it was reported before. So we introduced these empirical models, the traditional one, and we also try to do couple it with machine learning. And we noticed that, of course, emergence and total and fresh biomass could be the good indicators for predicting these elements, these parameters, and integrating our materials with fertilizer salt index, ammonium, and pH could produce or lead to the detection of the integrated risk analysis of these materials. Also, the core placement of these materials together with the seed or in the subsurface placement needs also to be critically analyzed, and they can also assist in establishing what we call now they are talking about site specific, but it's better also to go in depth to site crop site specific application recommendation strategies for the fertilizers. And this was my opinion. Of course, we might have a buffet of options that we have in front of us, but we really need to take into consideration improper use of these materials, because oversupplying, undersupplying can hinder the plant productivity. what you are now seeing is mainly because all these results have a name behind it, and as you can see, these are some of the people that assisted, and I would appreciate also the funders of this work. It was really a great job to collaborate with them, and I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Willem. A very great presentation. Any questions, everybody? Yeah.
Thank you. My question would be, all the fertilizer materials you tested, are they available to farmers in Morocco? And if yes, are they comparable in price on a single nutrient basis? So when you would give recommendations, you have to see what will it at the end of the day cost to the farmer.
It's true, Professor. We do have, for the commercial ones, they are all available in Morocco, except a few. Maybe, for example, the liquid fertilizers, potassium phosphate, monopotassium phosphate. We don't have it in bulk. Just a few. Most of them we can find them, and they are accessible in Morocco. And I heard that there is a subsidy program that is being conducted by the government. So I think it's a good deal with the farmers. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And others? Yes, I think your research is very important because the element like nitrogen is important to the plant growth, but too much of them can cause damage. And I noticed that your research is about maize and barley. It's a rotation system?
No.
Two crops?
It's separate crops.
Okay. So I think different soil type and different plant need maybe, especially different crop need different nitrogen amount.
True.
So you focus on these one or two crops, all of them, or maybe other crops?
So in this study, okay, for the sake of this presentation, I just focused on 2 crops, but we tried with about soybean, we tried canola, we tried maize, we tried barley, we tried wheat.
Yeah,
those are
very
the
good.
main crops that we tried with.
You gave
to consolidate our findings. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a very great guideline to the farmers, right?
That's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
Thank you. And other questions? Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
You very much. Okay. Next one. Next speaker would be Sabrine. She here? Is she here? No. Okay. Let's to the next speaker. Regia Mary. Yeah. Okay. From National Research Institute of Rural Engineering, Water and Forest, Tunisia. And her topic would be sustainable fertilizers for productive forage cropping systems, sewage sludge versus chemical fertilizers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rajak Shao, a researcher at the National Research Institute of Rural Engineering, Water and Forest, Tunisia, and a member of research laboratory on the valorization of non-conventional water. Today, I'm very pleased to present our research work entitled "Sustainable Fertilizers for Productive Forage Cropping Systems: Sewage Sludge versus Chemical Fertilizers." In fact, it summarizes a series of studies performed in our laboratory since 2003 with our colleague at the same laboratory. I start with a background about the need of fertilizers, benefits, and environmental concerns. In fact, intensive agriculture systems depend largely on agrochemical inputs, notably nitrogen fertilizer and organic amendments like sewage sludge to boost crop productivity. We know that nitrogen is a key element of fertilization. It's essential of growth, plant growth. It increases yield and crop quality, and it contributes to maintain soil fertility. But nitrogen is highly mobile in soil. Not more than 50% is directly taken by plants. The overuse of chemical nitrogen fertilizer in agricultural activity causes serious environmental concerns, pollution in the soil water systems. Nitrogen can be lost through nitrate leaching, ammonia volatilization, and denitrification. So, thus, to avoid this environmental risks, efficient nitrogen use is essential to maintain a balance between crop productivity, soil fertility, and environmental protection. This can be effectively managed by adopting good agriculture practices such as implement integrated nutrient management practices, optimize fertilizer rate, timing, and application method, and promote organic and biofertilizers. It is in this context that our research activities were conducted for general objectives: increase forage production and nutritional value, limit the use of synthetic fertilizer with the continuous increase of price, such as nitrogen 1, look for other substitutes like the valorization of organic fertilizer, mixed cropping, to improve the autonomy of cropping system with respect to synthetic fertilizer, and reduce the dependency on important forage to reduce the cost of production. Various studies have been conducted in this context, aiming to evaluate the short-term cumulative and residual fertilizing effect of sewage sludge. Sewage sludge is the co-product of waste treatment of water. The residual fertilizing effect of sewage sludge using as organic amendment on the yield and nutritional quality of different forage crops like triticale, sitting grass, and barley in comparison with chemical fertilization, to assess the potential risks of toxicity in plants treated with sewage sludge and monitor the effect of this organic residue on dairy sheep performance. The first research activity is to evaluate the effect, to quantify the recovery of labeled fertilizer, chemical fertilizer, urea, and sewage sludge, to quantify the recovery by sudden grass, to determine the amount of nitrogen remaining in soil and lost from the soil plant system, and to assess their residual effect on barley crops. Field experiment was conducted, 3 rates for sewage sludge, 3 other from urea, having approximately the same nitrogen rates, compared to with the control and fertilizer treatment. Before application of sewage sludge, we analyze the used sewage sludge and compared with the Tunisian standards. We showed that the content of heavy metals were largely below the limit fixed by the Tunisian standards. The first result is the direct short effect of urea and sewage sludge on sudden grass. We showed that both urea and sewage sludge increase dry matter production and nitrogen uptake by sudden grass compared to the control. No significant difference in crop production or total nitrogen uptake were observed between the fertilizer types. Voilà. For nitrogen balances measured after the harvest of sudden grass and including total recovery by sudden grass, losses, and residual nitrogen remaining in the soil. We showed that the total recovery of labeled urea in sorghum decreased significantly as the rate of N application increased. But with sewage sludge, with all the rate of nitrogen applied, approximately 27% of labless sewage sludge is recovered by seeding grass. The total residual fertilizer remaining in the soil is comparable, ranged from 50 to 27% for the two types of fertilizers. For the percent of residual nitrogen remaining in the soil, in the 60 centimeter layer of the soil, as a function of urea and sewage sludge application and different types. With sewage sludge, we showed that all the residual nitrogen was found in the top of 20 centimeter of the soil. In contrast with the urea, we found that the majority of the residual nitrogen was found in the 20 centimeter, but increasing an application rate result in an increased proportion of Kansen residual being found beyond 20 centimeter, indicated that the applied nitrogen was subject to losses via leaching. The residual effect of previous urea and sewage sludge application on unfertilized barley. Barley is cultivated without any application of fertilizer. We showed that sewage sludge exhibit a significant residual effect on barley dry matter production and nitrogen uptake, resulting in 3 and 2 times higher values than the control and urea treatment, respectively. Conclusion, the data obtained from this study highlighted the short and medium-term fertilizing potential of sewage sludge and the suitability of the isotope labeling technique for directly measuring the actual recovery of sewage sludge nitrogen and for calculating the nitrogen losses and the nitrogen remaining in the soil. The results indicate that at approximately similar nitrogen rates, the behavior of sewage sludge is comparable to that of urea in terms of nitrogen supply to plants, particularly in the short term, and even more pronounced in the medium term. The second research activity is the evaluation of direct, cumulative, and residual effect of sewage sludge on triticale. 7 treatments were applied: a control, mineral fertilizer treatment, and 5 treatments of sewage sludge. The first one is applied 6 tons per hectare, applied once in the first year. 20 tons per hectare was applied either in a single or a split over 2 years, and 80 tons per hectare was applied either once in the first year or fractioned over 3 years. Usually we analyze sewage sludge before its application and compared with the norm, the Tunisian norm. We found that sewage sludge improved plant growth by increasing plant height and tiring capacity of triticale, and this increase were significantly more important than that of conventional fertilizer. We showed that the maximum increase was observed with fractioned rates of 18 tons per hectare. For the biological yield and grain yield, we showed also that the sewage sludge application enhanced triticale biological and grain yields, with the highest increases recorded under split application of 18 tons. These increases were comparable to those contained with the conventional fertilizers. The conclusion of the second study is all sewage sludge application enhanced triticale growth and production compared to an amendment soil. These increases were significantly greater than those obtained with the conventional fertilizer. The 80 tons per hectare applied over 3 years in split application produced the best result across the evaluated parameters, exceeding those obtained with chemical fertilization. And finally, the split application of sewage sludge over 2 or 3 years, consecutive years, proves more advantage than a single application in 1 year for achieving optimal yield. For the third research activity is to evaluate the short term of sewage sludge on triticale and dairy sheep performance. Donc, voilà. Three treatments, a control, a mineral fertilization, and 6 tons per hectare of sewage sludge. We showed that 3 batch. The first one received untreated triticule, the second triticule collect from ammonium plot, and the third triticule harvest from sewage sludge plot. We showed that sewage sludge amendment increased significantly plant height compared with those of control and mineral fertilizer. And the sewage sludge application enhanced triticule shoot dry matter production with the highest increase in the heading stage. This increase were usually more important than those recorded with chemical fertilizer. We have also here, we have a highest protein content value with sewage sludge compared to mineral fertilizer. For heavy metal contents, overall of the concentration of all heavy metals in different parts of triticule treated with sewage sludge were similar to those recorded with the control. Only manganese, copper, and nickel content in the steam increased significantly in the presence of sewage sludge, but they remained comparable to those recorded with mineral fertilizer. For the production and chemical characteristics of milk produced by milking cicilosard in different treatment, we showed that sewage sludge and ammonia and mineral fertilization had a positive effect on milk yield. The fat content in the mineral fertilization group was lower than that produced by sheep in the sewage sludge group. The protein level was similar for the two types of fertilizers. The urea content recorded in mineral fertilization exceeded the maximum permissible limit. By contrast, the amount recorded in the sewage sludge group fluctuate within the acceptable range. As conclusion, the application of sewage sludge was found effective for enhancing forage critical production and maintaining dairy sheep performance without immediate food chain j'ai dépassé les 20 minutes containing at least in the short term. The beneficial effect of sewage sludge were comparable to or even greater than those obtained with the conventional fertilizer. For the final, the further activity, growth response of barley to short combined application, donc combined application of sewage sludge and conventional fertilizer here. We showed that sewage sludge increased chlorophyll index compared to both control and mineral fertilization. The chlorophyll index increases by 50 and 17 in sewage sludge in the sole application of sewage sludge compared to the control and mineral fertilization alone. For the growth, root growth, we showed that root growth exhibited a comparable similar trend that those showed with previous parameters. The lowest growth was recorded in the control, followed by the soil mineral fertilizer treatment, and treatment involving all sewage sludge based treatment, either applied alone or combined with mineral fertilization, significantly promote root development. The most one is observed with the soil application of sewage sludge. The same results in the shoot and root dry production. Donc, general conclusion for this research activity. Sewage sludge amendments, whether applied alone or in combination with mineral fertilizer, significantly enhanced forage growth and biomass production. In all cases, sewage sludge consistently produced results comparable to or even better than those achieved with pure mineral fertilization. Therefore, the land application of this material, available at little or no cost in Tunisia, represents an environmentally and economically sound waste management strategy for forage production systems as it serves as an effective substitute for synthetic fertilizers. However, long-term and continuous field trials are recommended to evaluate the cumulative effects of repeated sewage sludge application on the plant soil system in order to contribute to the development of sustainable agriculture practices. A complete analysis of heavy metal contents in both soil and sheep milk is required to ensure its safe use without adverse impact on the soil, plant, and animal systems. Furthermore, Tunisian legislation should not be restricted to setting limit for heavy metal in sewage sludge content, but it must also be extended and refined to include the soil, plant, and animal system as a whole, in order to minimize potential risks associated with the accumulation of heavy metal and other toxic elements. Thus, further studies focuses on the adjustment of the sludge application rates based on its total nitrogen content, mineral composition, and soil nitrogen status are requirements to ensure the sustainable and rational use of sewage sludge. That's now a national project entitled "Which Alternative Nitrogen Source of Synthetic Fertilizer for Productive and Input Efficient Cereal Systems" is conducted to adjust the sludge application rate based on its total nitrogen and mineral content, the ratio carbon nitrogen, soil nitrogen status, and crop nitrogen requirement, and to evaluate the fertilizing potential of sewage sludge and or legume compared with synthetic fertilizers to determine their relative efficiency in crop nutrition and productivity, and to identify and select the optimal nitrogen application strategy that farmers can adopt as alternative to synthetic fertilizer to enhance wheat growth and yield without compromising grain quality or soil health. This is the scientific production of their research activities, donc 18 publications, including impact index journal article and book chapter. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Any questions?
Thank you for the presentation, very interesting. But I would like to ask about the pathogens in because it's waste. It may cause health risk if the seeds would be contaminated with pathogens included in the sludge. If they have tested the
in grain,
or plant. in the water that you, I mean the sludge that you have used.
Sewage sludge, yes.
If you have tested if it contains pathogens or not.
Yes. Sewage sludge analyzed for nematode eggs and total coliform, and compared with the limits fixed by Tunisian legislation, regulation.
Thank you.
So it's a very good practical study, and it is very good for the application of sewage sludge because they're very important resources in terms of nutrients. And but in my mind, it's difficult. You should make a variable how to comparison because sewage sludge contains both organic and inorganic nutrients. And inorganic nutrients you can compare with fertilizer, for instance, for nitrogen. But there's a lot of organic nutrients. We don't know how much can be released or hydrolyzed for supplying as a nutrient. And I don't know if I know you use a different amount of sewage sludge, but I don't know how do you decide the dose because should be comparable with the inorganic fertilizer. Also, sewage sludge contains a lot of other nutrients, probably phosphates, potassium, even micronutrients. So probably, I don't know. I'm sure nitrogen, you compare with the nitrogen in sewage sludge with inorganic fertilizer, but there should be effect from other nutrients. And I mean, I'm sure this study is very good, but how to evaluate other nutrients effect on your forest growth or something? Okay, that's my question.
Si j'ai donc for potassium, donc the sewage sludge, the potassium remained in the waste water treated. Sewage sludge contain low content of potassium. The main value of sewage sludge is its content of nitrogen, essential nitrogen, and phosphor. Donc in our studies, we evaluate the potential fertilizer of sewage sludge in terms of its content of nitrogen. C'est ce que j'ai compris.
Ouais. Thank you. And others?
Interesting research. I was wondering, is any regulations or limitations in your country to use the sewage sludge? It can be used as a kind of organic fertilizers.
Yes, as I said, donc, we analyze the used sewage sludge and compare it with contents, with elements with our Tunisian norms. We have, yes.
So the government approve the farmers to use the sewage sludge in the field.
With until now, we evaluate in the research evaluate the potential fertilizer of sewage sludge, but not yet with farmers.
Okay, I see.
It's very delicate.
Also, I also want to know what kind of sewage sludge. What kind of sewage sludge are you used? It comes from the sanitary sewage or such as from the pond or something.
The origin?
Yeah.
The origin. It's an urban sewage sludge collected in the bed of water of
sanitary
voilà.
waste. Okay, I see. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Hi, Ludwig again. Is this sludge from Tunis or from another place in Tunisia?
Sorry?
Is it from Tunis, the sludge?
Me? Or sludge?
The sludge, not you.
Sludge, we're from Tunisia.
From Tunis.
For Tunisia.
Yeah.
From Fili wastewater treatment station from Tunisia. Orba, Beja, and Tunis.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think that's all for you. A very interesting topic. Everybody interested. According to the procedure, there is a coffee break, but a little bit changed because only one presentation left. So we cancel that coffee break, and I would invite the last speakers of this afternoon, and then the conference of this afternoon will finish. Is that okay for you? Okay, let me introduce the last speaker of this afternoon, as Nur Asmi from School of Agriculture, Fertilization and Environmental Science, Maghreb. Go, please.
Hello, everyone. So I'm delighted today to present you my research, tailoring calcium amendment strategies for alpha-alpha, a medium-term yield responses to raw, burned, and sulfate-based inputs across contrasting soils and stand types. Sorry. Yeah. So I will start by introducing the importance of alpha-alpha in soil fertility and its sensitivity to soil pH, presenting the most important problematic and the objectives of my research, material and methods part, the result, and with a brief discussion, and will end by the conclusion. So why alpha-alpha is important in soil fertility and sustainability? First, alpha-alpha is considered as one of most valuable forage worldwide. It's not only a major feed crop source for livestock and dairy systems, but it also contributes to soil fertility and to ecosystem sustainability. So due to nitrogen fixation, it reduces the use of synthetic fertilizers. It improves soil structure, stimulates microbiological activity, and enhances carbon storage. So this highlights the importance of alpha-alpha in sustainable rotations and agrosystem resilience. However, the most important problem here is that alpha-alpha is very sensitive to soil acidity. So when the pH drops below 6, nodulation and rhizobium activity decline sharply, which limit root elongation and nutrient availability necessary for performance and nutrient growth. This will lead to yield losses, which can reach up 50% in uncorrected soils. So as we can see here in the figures, and according to Moreira et al., we found like nodulation and relative yield decreased by 70 to 80% when the pH is comprised between 6.5 to 5.5. Conversely, we reach the highest yield when the pH is comprised between 6.5 to 7.5. So we find in the literature that the recommended soil pH for the forage crop alpha-alpha is comprised between 6.5 to 7, and the optimal comfort zone is comprised between 7.5 to 7.8, and this for maximum growth and nitrogen fixations. So to combat this acidity and maintain calcium and SAFA balances, different calcium amendment can be used, which differ in their reaction scale. So firstly, we found the raw limestone, which act very slow and lead to long-term pH corrections, especially in the buffered soils. Secondly, we found the burnet lime, and which include the quick lime and the hydrated lime. Here, so it reacts very fast, lead to a rapid neutralization, and may cause cation imbalances. We found also the sulfate-based amendment, which is a no-Lyman source. Here we talk about dual provision of calcium and SAFA without increasing pH. And finally, we found this strategy of a mixed formulation which combines the slow dissolution source or the fast dissolution source with the no-Lyman material. So this will enhance the nutrient availability and lead to the stable long-term effects. We come now to the problematic of our research. So as I mentioned above, that if the efficiency of amendments vary with soil texture and especially the reactivity of the materials. Secondly, alpha-alpha productivity is strongly limited by soil acidity and calcium SAFA imbalances. Where I conducted my study in Quebec, so fertilization guidelines recommend only raw limestone, ignoring site-specific conditions, especially the soil pH of soil texture. We have a very limited knowledge on the comparative performance of burned and sulfate-based materials under different field contexts. So based on this context, our study aimed firstly to evaluate the agronomic response to alpha-alpha to 9 calcium-based amendments, compare amendment efficiency to contrasting context, identify which materials sustain yield over 4 growing seasons, and recommend site-specific calcium amendment strategy for improving soil fertility and long-term productivity. So to respond to our objectives, we use 9 calcium amendments. We found firstly the ag lime, which differ in their granulometry. We find the fine, the medium, the coarse. We found also the burnet lime, which include the hydrated lime. 2 mixed lime, which is a combination between the ag lime and the burnet lime, which differ in the percentage of the burnet lime here. So one contain more than the other. We found also the sulfated byproduct. We find here the T8, which is the anhydrate alone. The CIEC, it's a combination between the anhydrate and the burnet lime source. We found finally the blind mixture, which combine the slow dissolution source, which is the ag lime, with the sulfate-based treatment, which is the anhydrate. So our 9 amendments was applied at 2 different sites. Site 1, the new establishment alpha-alpha stand corresponding to a newly seeded crop. So it was seeded in 2021. So the root system is young here in our case. The pH is around 5.8 and the soil texture is considered as clay loam. For site 2, mature maintenance alpha-alpha stand, meaning that alpha-alpha was seeded since 10 years. So we have extensive root system here. The pH of water is around 6.5 and the soil texture is a sandy loam. So based on the differences between the 2 sites, for site 1, which is the new, so the amendment was incorporated into the soils as I mentioned that we have a young root system, so we put into the top 8 centimeter and we add other fertilizers. For the site 2, so as the root system is already developed, so the application was done in surface, and to avoid also the phytotoxicity of the roots, the amendment was applied by hand in the same date of the seeding at site 1, no soil disturbance and no fertilizer effect. So our study was conducted across 4 years, starting from the date of the seeding 2020 till the date of the harvest in 2023. The experimental design is a randomized complete block design, and this to calculate 3 inputs: the plant height and the chlorophyll index as the starter effect measured only in the first year, and the yield after 4 years of the experiments. We move now to the result and discussion part, and we will start by the starter effect, the relative spread and height at the starter effect measured only at the first year of the experiment. So to do that, we apply the linear mixed model to analyze yield, spread, and plant height. So why the linear mixed model here in our case? The random effect is considered the block to account for spatial variability, and our fixed effect, we have the site, the year, and the 9 treatment and their interactions. So since we work only on 1 year here for the starter effect, so we will divide into site 1 at site 2 because there are different sites in terms of pH and soil texture. So when we applied ANOVA, we found that treatment is significant only at the maintenance site 2, the sandy loam, and no significant effect was observed at the establishment site. So to understand this contrasting response between the 2 sites, we have 2 points here to be discussed. Firstly is according to the young root system. So as I mentioned above, that site 1 is correspond to establishment alpha-alpha. So the root system is shallow and underdeveloped. So the plant cannot access to nutrient even they are available. Conversely to our site 2, where the root system here is extensive and underdeveloped since 10 years. So this will allow immediate nutrient uptake. We see now the difference between the treatment, and as we can see, the last 3 treatments, which include anhydrate alone, the T8, T7, and T9, which combine the sulfate-based treatment with the 2 for the CIEC, which combine the anhydrate with the hydrated lime, and the last one is a mixture between ag lime and the hydrated lime, outperformed the other treatments. So outperformed the hydrated lime alone, ag lime alone. So under the 3 treatments, we obtained the tallest plant and the highest relative SPAD, reaching 130%. So these results highlight the superior performance of sulfate treatments, which come from sulfur K role in chlorophyll synthesis and nitrogen fixation. We move now to the third response, which is the most important one, the yield, which was measured after 4 years of the experiments. So here we implement the second factor, which is the treatments. We have site 1, site 2. For the factors, we have 4 years and 9 treatments. When we applied here, we ANOVA, we found like the variation of yield across at the 2 sites depend on the temporal conditions. As we work here, we consider 4 years. And the treatment has a significant effect only at site 2, which correspond to the mature stand alpha-alpha. So here we visualize the distribution of yield at both sites, site 1 and site 2, across 4 years. And we found like the establishment stand start with low yield in 2020. This confirmed our hypothesis concerning the root system development stage, which is when we have a new root system, so the nutrient uptake will be not very accessible, which lead to the decrease in plant performance. Conversely, to the same yield, the yield at the same year in 2020. We have a slightly decrease in 21, but it remains less than the other years. So here, this confirms the importance of temporal conditions, where the 2021 was considered as a drought year, and we have a very bad distribution of precipitation, conversely to the year of 2022, where the precipitation was very distributed. So to summarize here, the site 1, which corresponds to the establishment alpha-alpha stand, yield was driven by temporal conditions, no amendment effects. At site 2, where the root system is already developed, we have that yield variation was driven by both year and treatment type. We arrived at the most important part of the presentation here, and where we visualize the distribution of yield under the 9 treatments across site 1 and site 2. So as we found in ANOVA site 1, we found all the treatments are similar to the control. There is no significant difference between control and the other treatments, which confirm the no effect of treatments at site 1. Conversely, at site 2, we have always the last 3 treatments, which combine the sulfate-based treatment with hydrated lime and ag lime outperformed. And here we see, like when we consider the slow dissolution source, which is the ag lime alone, and the fast dissolution source, the hydrated lime alone, doesn't achieve the highest yield. So here we encourage this notion of mixture of between the lime material and the sulfate-based material. So in 2021, the last treatment outperformed. The slightly decrease in 2021, as we explained, due to the temporal conditions. In 2022, here the gaps gets bigger, and we achieve the highest yield under the same treatments. So we have 40 tons per hectare versus 5 tons per hectare for the control. The same thing is observed in 2023. So why here we have always the sulfate-based treatment outperformed? So sulfate treatment gives both calcium and sulfur in forms that dissolve quickly. Conversely, that the calcium we found in the ag lime and the hydrated lime, which lead to just a local neutralization and help with chlorophyll nitrogen use and water stress. That's why they resist drought better. So here to summarize our findings, so for the ag lime, which refers to the 3 first treatments, this traditional amendments, well, it acts very slowly, but it dissolves poorly and reacts slowly. The pH increases gradually. The effects last a long time, but it doesn't provide sulfur. For the hydrated lime, okay, they raise the pH very quickly, but only close to where they are applied due to their higher mobility. For the anhydrate, the sulfur-based treatment is to bring here the sulfur and the calcium, which improve soil structure and help soil particles stick together. So when we combine them together, because anhydrate alone doesn't correct pH, then the sulfate-based amendment doesn't, the ag lime and the hydrated lime doesn't bring sulfur, which is important for our crops. So the idea of the mixture, keep good balance between calcium and sulfur, control pH, and improve soil structure and nutrient availability. We finalize with the conclusion. So this study showed that amendment effectiveness depends strongly on soil structure and stand maturity. On clay soil with young alfalfa, we found no treatments effect. We cannot have one recommendation in our case for all situations. We need site-specific guidelines that consider soil type, stand age, and amendment characteristics. An important practical note here is this about concern about burnet lime toxicity. We observed no phytotoxicity at our application rate. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting job. And any questions here?
Thank you very much. Actually, it's no question. I just want to know some numbers. And the first number is how much nitrogen can be for the phosphorus can be fixed each year and per year per hectare. This is one question. And after harvest of sulfur, you incorporate it into soil, and how much nitrogen can be contributed by biomass, by the plant biomass. And the third number, next year, I don't know next year you plan what kind of crops. And anyway, how much nitrogen you can be reduced for the next crop, okay? That's the three numbers.
For nitrogen, I didn't mention nitrogen here. Nitrogen? Okay, but I didn't have the information here from the nitrogen fixation, but we only applied for the dose. For our amendment, we applied the same dose at both sites. Nitrogen application dose. We didn't decide the nitrogen application dose here. We only applied the Lyman source. I didn't catch your question, sorry.
Any other questions?
I was wondering, why are the yield or the growth index of the alfalfa is much different in site 1 and in site 2?
How, please?
I mean the yield of the alfalfa is much different in site 2 and site 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, the yield is much higher in site 1.
Yeah, the yield is much better.
So are there any continuous cropping problems in site 2?
In site 1, yeah, we obtained the highest yield at site 1, like you said, but it was not related to the application of amendments here.
You never applied any fertilizers in site 2?
In site 2, no, because it was since 10 years, so only we applied amendment in surface for site 2. We don't apply fertilizers. We applied only fertilizer at site 1, as it corresponds to the new establishment stand.
Okay.
So we didn't apply fertilizer at site 2. Yeah, okay. Just amendments.
I see. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Okay. I think that's all for today.
Thank you.
And I will give my phone to Ivan.
Thank you so much for you, Lily. So for today we finish. So I want to thank all moderators, all speakers, and all participants. And I wish you that I see you tomorrow and 8:30. So please, we will see each other tomorrow and 8:30 here in the this conference room. So I will say bye and see you tomorrow.